la catártica abrir para explodir de mudar era minha vici não la voltar já mangue baixo castor.
Welcome to the final conference on Roma LGBT plus community in the European context. This is a key moment for our organization, which has been dealing with this topic for 10 years. I am very pleased that so many experts and personalities took part in the conference. This conference is the final part of a long-term project called Roma LGBTIQ Goes Visible in Europe, implemented through the European Union's Rights, Equality and Citizenship Programme 2014 and 2020. Heinrich Bell Stiftung, Dreilinden, US Embassy and Norway Funds. Thank you. We are responding to the critical situation of the LGBT plus people of Romani origin who are targeted by different forms of disadvantage and of intersectional discrimination in such a way as to be displaced from inclusion and integration measures and policies. The peripheral position of this community intensifies their vulnerability and increases the risk that they will be targeted by hate speech, stigmatization, homophobia, and lack of acceptance by society overall. I am convinced that the project was also successful thanks to cooperation with partner organizations, Quo Vadis from Slovakia and Diverse Youth Network from Hungary. Thank you. Let me introduce you activities of this project. Analysis of the state of the LGBTIQ Roma minority. We prepared an analysis of the situation of the LGBT plus Roma minority. We asked not only the target group, but also non-profit organizations and government institutions, what they are doing for this group of people. Advocacy. We present the results of the analysis at round tables to those who have the power to change things. Website. I am glad that we have succeeded in fulfilling our intention to create a website with key and complex information about the Roma LGBT plus minority. Good practice examples, LGBT plus Roma stories, and an interactive map of help across Europe. Awareness campaign. We implemented an online awareness campaign visible across Europe in 5 languages, including Romani. We also focused on the prejudices of the Roma. You will be able to watch the spot for this campaign after my presentation. Let's now take a look at what awaits us during these 2 days. I believe that we will have 2 full days of information waiting for us, but at the same time, we will work out concrete on proposals and recommendations for improving the quality of life of the Roma LGBT plus community. Thank you.
Tasar Brocha.
Mistä dadum?
A pirani ma tut hin?
Mä son tarno.
Kames?
Aha.
No. Lačas keres brocha. Ternosa bahtales brocha.
Palikään.
Ma pirkere, o Michalistu diklalle mursheha, odaftud murdarela. Fuj, džungipen.
User Antona, Janau, hojsal Plzňate, Mereha Mange Telovas.
Honzi, podívej se, napsal můj táta, on ví, že jsme v Plzni. Je puser.
User Antona, Janau, hojsal Prahate, Marava tuca rukones.
Jošku,
Co?
tročo buzerantos.
Na,
Hin,
Tamane Čačipen.
ale hin, se o miškus mange penja.
Mišu, au! Čas! Malo User Antos! Mišu, soske kadava kiri savorenge. A kanalec muši na automurdarení. User Antona! Ame jděno do našeja! Ame tu chudá!
Pralamiro, v palekere. Odadino nasvalo. Merela omenge.
meghela tatoro tu bashavea shukares amenge kera Sargenil mavi vašokešt Žoman budelas premirovast De našom pále androke Haljom dukalas man miroper Sukiravame pašuvava Užarava saroperna dukala Palis vašavava Šukares samenge kera Steren Roma ležunen peskero Jilo sotu menge vakere Vareka na polokore zlikeren No prepeste Roma lena čiven Amari Icalni luma Amenda se devle hatuma Nigda šohana lijam Te nigda šohana čuđam Epuhromale sopra latte a mengivas Na povisteren romale shunen peskero Jilo sotu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren Me prepeste romale načiven Amari nicalni luma Amenda se devle hatuma Nigda šohana lijam Te nigda šohana čuđam Epuhromale sopra latte a mengivas Epuhromale sopra latte a mengivas Epuhromale sopra latte a mengivas Mangesha, blaca tardicav, avriv, palis pulpergium movuda, eromnivici non lavuta, jo mange vašo kaštoro, deixaitava meghela tatoro, tu bashavea šukares amenge kera. Sargenil mavi vašo kašt, Žoman budelas premirovast De našom pále androke Haljom dukalas man miroper Sukiravame pašuvava Užarava saroperna dukala Palis vašavava Šukares samenge kera Steren Roma ležunen peskero Jilo sotu menge vakere Vareka na polokore zlikeren No prepeste Roma lena čiven Amari Icalni luma Amenda se devle hatuma Nigda šohana lijam Te nigda šohana čuđam Epuhromale sopra latte a mengivas Na povisteren Roma ležunen peskero Jilo sotu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren Me prepeste Roma lena čiven Amari nicalni luma Amenda se devle hatuma Nigda šohana lijam Te nigda šohana čuđam Epuhromale sopra latte a mengivas Epuhromale sopra latte a mengivas Epuhromale sopra latte a mengivas Mangesha, Blaca tarde que avril Pales puter de movuda Ero mni vicine la vuta Jo mange vašo kaštoro Dešaj tava meghela tatoro Tu bašavea šukares a mange kera Sargenil mavri vašo kašt Želman budelas premirovast De našom pále androke Haljom dukalas man miroper Sukiravame pašťuvava Užarava saroper na dukala Pális vašavava Šukare samenge kira Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero Jilo sok tu menge vakere Vareka na polokore zlikeren No trepesteru male načiven Amari Icalni luma Amenda Slete vleha tuma Nigda šohana lijam Ne nigda šohana čuđam Epuhro male soprelate Amen živas Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero Jilo sok tu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren Mă prepesteru male načiven Amari Nicalni luma Amenda Slete vleha tuma Nigda šohana lijam Ne nigda šohana čuđam Epuhro male soprelate Amen živas Epuhro male soprelate Amen živas Epuhro male soprelate Amen živas To Sara uštěv Mangeše Blaca tarde que avril Pális puter de movuda Ero mni vicine la vuta Jo mange vašo kaštoro Dešaj tava meghela tatoro Tu bašavea šukares a mange kera Sargenil mavri vašo kašt Želman budelas premirovast De našom pále androke Haljom dukalas man miroper Sukiravame pašťuvava Užarava saroper na dukala Pális vašavava Šukare samenge kira Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero Jilo sok tu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren No trepesteru male načiven Amari Icalni luma Amenda Slete vleha tuma Nigda šohana lijam Ne nigda šohana čuđam Epuhro male soprelate Amen živas Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero Jilo sok tu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren Mă prepesteru male načiven Amari Nicalni luma Amenda Slete vleha tuma Nigda šohana lijam Ne nigda šohana čuđam Epuhro male soprelate Amen živas Epuhro male soprelate Amen živas Epuhro male soprelate Amen živas Sarauštěv, Mangešev, Blakatardykav, Avrijev, Pális Puterčo Movuda, Eromní většinou lavuta, Jomange Vašo Kaštoro, Tešajtavav, Meghela Tatoro, Tu Bašavea, Šukares, Amenge Kera. Sargenil Mavri, Vašo Kašt, Žoman Budelas, Premirovast, De našom pále Androke, Halium Dukalas Man Miroper, Sukiraváme Pašuvava, Užarava Saroperna Dukala, Pális Vašavava, Šukares Samenge Kira. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, Jilo sotu menge vakere, Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, a Mari hinica liluma, amenda se teble hatuma, nikda šohana liam, ten nikda šohana čožan, epuvro male soprelate a menživas. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, Jilo sotu menge vakerel, Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, a Mari hinica liluma, amenda se teble hatuma, nikda šohana liam, te nikda šohana čuđan, epuvro male soprelate a menživas, epuvro male soprelate a menživas, epuvro male soprelate a menživas. To Sarauštěv, Mangešev, Blakatardykav, Avrijev, Pális Puterčo Movuda, Eromní většinou lavuta, Jomange Vašo Kaštoro, Tešajtavav, Meghela Tatoro, Tu Bašavea, Šukares, Amenge Kera. Sargenil Mavri, Vašo Kašt, Žoman Budelas, Premirovast, De našom pále Androke, Halium Dukalas Man Miroper, Sukiraváme Pašuvava, Užarava Saroperna Dukala, Pális Vašavava, Šukares Samenge Kira. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, Jilo sotu menge vakerel, Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, a Mari hinica liluma, amenda se teble hatuma, nikda šohana liam, te nikda šohana čožan, epuvro male soprelate a menživas. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, Jilo sotu menge vakerel, Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, a Mari hinica liluma, amenda se teble hatuma, nikda šohana liam, te nikda šohana čuđan, epuvro male soprelate a menživas, epuvro male soprelate a menživas. mangeșea, blaca tardicav avriv, palis putergium movuda, erom nivici não lavuta, jo mange vašo kaštoro, deixai tava meghela tatoro, tu bašavea šukares a mange kera. Sargenil mavri vašo kašt, jo man budelas premirovast, de našom pále androke, halium dukalas man miroper, sokeravame paštuvava, užarava saroper na dukala, palis vašavava, šukares samenge kera. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo sotu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, amari hitzalni luma, amenda slete vlehatuma, nigda šohana lijam, ne nigda šohana čuđam. E puhro male soprelate amenjivas, na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo sotu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, mă prepesteru male načiven, amari hitzalni luma, amenda slete vlehatuma, nigda šohana lijam, te nigda šohana čuđam. E puhro male soprelate amenjivas, e puhro male soprelate amenjivas, e puhro male soprelate amenjivas. Saraușef, mangeșea, blaca tardicav avriv, palis putergium movuda, erom nivici não lavuta, jo mange vašo kaštoro, deixai tava meghela tatoro, tu bašavea šukares a mange kera. Sargenil mavri vašo kašt, jo man budelas premirovast, de našom pále androke, halium dukalas man miroper, sokeravame paštuvava, užarava saroper na dukala, palis vašavava, šukares samenge kera. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo sotu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, amari hitzalni luma, amenda slete.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really glad to have you here online and here with us. My name is Martina Horvatova. I'm going to moderate this panel. This panel its name is Roma LGBT plus minority and its status in selected EU countries. We are going to speak about the situation in Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovakia or Slovak Republic. So I'm very glad that I can introduce Lucie Fremlová, who represents ARA Art organization from the Czech Republic. Good morning, Lucie.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to present. So I will be present. Can you hear me okay?
Maybe there's some problem because we are not hearing you so good. So can you please repeat? Yes. Now,
Can you hear me okay?
yes, now it's okay. Thank you very much.
No,
Then
no worries.
I would like to introduce Mr. Balint Rigo from Hungarian organization Diverse Youth Network. Good morning. Good morning. And the third one who is online is Mrs. Ingrid Kosova from Quo Vadis from Slovakia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So the first one to present is Lucie Fremlová from the Czech Republic. And Lucie, the floor is yours now.
Thanks very much. So I'm going to present the generic findings of the analytical report, which has been written by myself and Andrea Bučková as the main authors. So I'm just going to run you through a very quick sort of concept of the report and the findings, so that we understand what the general situation in the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and also Hungary is. I'm going to first mention, sorry, I can't see my presentation right now. It's gone to a camera mode. I see myself twice. So that's a note for the technical team that I can't see my presentation. So I'm just going to continue off the top of my head. The methodology comprised 2 online questionnaires, which the analytical team devised, one for public authorities and the other one for civil society organizations. Now, I really need the presentation. Pane Zapo, já nevidím svoji prezentaci.
Sopra latte a mengiva na poviste en Roma leshunen pesquero yilo sotu menge vaquerel vareka na polo cores likeren me prepeste Roma lena chiven amari saliluma amendas teble hatuma ida shohana sopra latte a mengiva e puro male sopra latte a mengiva e puro male sopra latte a mengiva. Mangesha, Blaca tardicav, avriv, Palis puter, Jomovuda, Eromni vicinem lavuta, Jomange vasho, Castoro, Deixaitava, Megrela tatoro, Tu baixavea, Chucares, Amangue, Quera, Sargenil nave, Baixo Casto. Žoman budelas premirovast, de našom pále androke. Halium dukalas man mirope, sukiravame pašuvava. Užarava saroperna dukala, palis vašavava, šukares samenge kera. Steren Roma leshunen pesquero yilo sotu menge vaquerel vareka na polo cores likeren no prepeste Roma lena chiven Amari Yitzaliluma Amenda Setevlehatuma Nida Shohana Liam Nida Shohana Chujan Epur Male Soprelate Amenjivas Na poviste en Romale Shunen Pesquero Yilo Sotumen Gevakerel Varekana polo kores likeren mă pepeste romale naciven amari hițale luma amenda se devle hatuma ida shohana lia tenida shohana chuja e puvo male sopre latte amenjivas e puvo male sopre latte amenjivas e puvo male sopre latte amenjivas. To Saraušev, Mangešev, Blakatardikav, Avrijev, Palis puter, Jomovuda, Eromni Višinel Lavuta, Jomange Vašo Kaštoro.
So we are back. We are very sorry for these technical problems. Now it seems it's solved. So Lucia, the place or the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me fine, and you can also see the presentation. So I'm going to move to the presentation so that you understand how the study was originally conceived. We also wanted, as the project team who has in-depth knowledge of the status of Roma, LGBT Roma in the 3 countries, we also wanted to understand whether there is anything else that we don't know, whether possibly there are some policies in the 3 countries that we're not aware of to complement our knowledge. So in order to do that, between February and April last year, like I said, we collected data into online surveys, one for local authorities or public authorities and one for civil society organizations. Then between May and July, we analyzed and interpreted the data. And we also conducted 6 additional interviews with LGBTIQ Roma in the 3 countries in September 2021. We also tried to make sure that the interviews with LGBTIQ Roma are balanced in terms of gender and sexuality. Throughout this study, there was a particular attention paid to intersectionality, and as you may know, the concept has existed within academia, but also in legal scholarship since the 1990s. And I just want to explain a bit more to people who may not understand or have all the background concerning intersectionality, which is a very frequent buzzword. Everyone talks about intersectionality, but what is it? So I think it's important to say that it's a term coined by the American law professor Kimberly Crenshaw in her 2 groundbreaking publications from 1989 and 1991. She looked and analyzed the position of Afro-American women, particularly in relation to the labor market, and also generally in relation to their invisibility within the US legal system. So I think it's very important to understand that the concept originally comes from the US, But since the 1990s, it has been used widely all over the world, including in Central and Eastern Europe in relation to Roma and particularly Romani women. Just to explain a bit more, Kimberly Crenshaw also uses the metaphor of a crossroads or intersection of social identities and social dimensions. So if you imagine our identities and as intersecting at the crossroads, that would be a perfect metaphor for her understanding of intersectionality. In terms of its legal use, we see intersectionality used in law as well. Sorry, I'm just trying to click my presentation again and it's not working. So I'm going to switch to Czech and talk to the studio. Okay, it's working now. So the mutual interaction and individual of these individual categories have a different meaning and impact. So if we imagine, for instance, the situation of LGBT Roma and their sexual orientation, their ethnic identity, their ethnicity, their sex, all of these issues, all of these identities interact, and they may be compounded by others such as religion, age, class, etc. So if you imagine how these all these different dimensions interact, that's actually really important to the experiences and situation of LGBTIQ Roma. In the legal context, then we talk about multiple discrimination, and that's the topic of our presentation and the analytical report. There are different types of multiple discrimination, and mainly we look at additive and intersectional discrimination. But I'm not going to go into the legal sort of detail about how multiple discrimination is defined in law. So I think this graph actually is very helpful to help us understand and visualize the kind of experiences and situation that LGBTIQ Roma face. I'm going to add and read the quote by David Tischer. LGBTIQ Roma often experience discrimination from the majority due to ethnic origin or sexual orientation, and from Romani society that is very traditional, conservative, and sees homosexuality as something unacceptable. Sometimes LGBTIQ Roma are excommunicated by their family or the community. Consequently, they find themselves homeless, alone, with no family or friends. So this is one kind of characterization of what may happen to LGBTIQ Roma, and obviously these have been the experiences of many LGBTIQ Roma, and the intersection of the different societal influences, whether it's the majority society, the Romani society, but also when we look more closely at, for instance, the LGBTIQ community, and what kind of interaction, often racist, is experienced by LGBTIQ Roma within those structures. This is something that we also wanted to capture in the data collected from civil society organizations and also public authorities. So going back to the analytical report and some of the main findings. When we look at the number of cases, in the Czech Republic, we had 2 LGBTIQ Roma related cases reported within the prison setting. And this was a report by the Public Defender of Rights, the Ombudsman. I think it's also very important to add that these would have been the findings of the previous Ombudsman, Anna Shabatová, not the current Ombudsman, who no longer looks at these cases. I'm going to actually discuss some of those issues as I speak. In Hungary, we got some information, very limited information from the ombudsman, who reported a case of several LGBTIQ Roma not being let in an LGBTIQ Roma friendly club. Then there were other cases reported by Hungarian civil society organizations. So again, that tells you that if there is only one case reported by the ombudsman and more cases reported by local organizations, it means there are actually many more cases that have not been reported or have been underreported. So it is reasonable to assume that there are even more unreported cases. Now, when we look at the responses of public authorities, this was actually quite, a challenge in terms of collecting the data. Because originally we only had one response from Hungarian authorities, that was from the ombudsman, who actually didn't even fill in the survey, but they sent us an email after being prompted. So I want to say that under the current situation, which is obviously also impacted by the pandemic, it seems that, whether it was public authorities or civil society organizations, there was actually less likelihood of them filling in the survey. We were able to get responses from 3 Slovak authorities. Czech authorities did not respond to the survey at all. There were 0 responses. And that was the point where we decided to file the Freedom of Information request to all the authorities that did not respond. So we ended up getting 14 responses. And that was combined between the Czech Republic and Slovakia. We did not get any responses from Hungarian authorities whatsoever. Sorry, just a second. So looking at the responses by civil society organizations, obviously with civil society organizations, we did not have any way of filing any sort of official request. So we had to try alternative ways of getting the information. So we got 5 responses from Czech organizations, plus 2 by email, then 0 responses from Slovakia, but we were able to get some data from one in-depth interview, sorry, there's a mistake here, and also 1 brief email. And then, as I said, we got 2 responses from Hungarian civil society organizations. Most of these organizations who responded showed a solid understanding of intersectional discrimination. However, it's what I'm going to say as we talk is also that this survey was quite revealing in the sense that really the only organizations working in the field of LGBTIQ Roma are the main organization, Art, and then the partner organizations in the 2 countries, bodies, and also the Hungarian organization that has been the project partner, Diversity Network, Youth Diversity Network. It was very encouraging to see in some of those responses that anti-Romani racism within LGBTIQ community organizations is something that they try to tackle. So, for instance, Budapest Pride talked about trying to tackle racism among the LGBTIQ community, and to raise awareness of the fact that members of multiple minority groups face specific challenges and need to be heard. So that's very, very encouraging. And as we know, Budapest Pride is one of the very active organizations in Hungary, looking at the intersectional experiences of LGBTIQ Roma. So what I said at the beginning of this presentation, that we all try to see whether there are things that perhaps we are not aware of. Unfortunately, the survey did confirm our previous knowledge. So basically, there are, as I said, there are only a handful of organizations working in the field. However, what is encouraging is that there are more organizations working indirectly with LGBTIQ Roma, and these are often Romani organizations. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking of, for instance, Live Together in Ostrava in the Czech Republic, who do have LGBTIQ Roma clients. And even though they do not target them as a group, they still provide services to them. So this is quite a big change compared to, let's say, a decade ago, when the topic was not discussed, and actually it was avoided. Even the notion of LGBTIQ Roma was not really something welcome in organizations of that type. Now, others, as I said, other civil society organizations may be working with LGBTIQ Roma indirectly, and this was hinted by one Slovak organization. But that is an assumption that is hard to make, and we were not able to establish due to the lack of data. And we have seen that in the Czech Republic and Slovakia, there are some small or mid-sized organizations that are aware of LGBTIQ Roma, but they do not have the funding, or they are not able to provide any kind of services to them. What is really important to emphasize is that in the three countries, there is basically no institutional support reflecting the specific needs of LGBTIQ Roma, whether it regards funding. It's really important to look at the levels of institutional homophobia and transphobia, specifically in relation to Slovakia and Hungary. In Hungary, with the current administration, this has been going on for many, many years. There is basically no funding allocation to organizations working either with Roma or LGBT or LGBTIQ Roma. But looking at the issue more generally, there is an issue reported by civil society organizations, and that's the focus on one axis of equality only. So usually funding calls by the EU are for either Roma or LGBT, and it's very, very rare that funding calls would be actually announced for LGBTIQ Roma. This project is an exception, and hopefully there will be many more like this. As the work of organizations such as Ara Art or the partner organization shows, it's really, really important to have this intersectional perspective in mind. Also on the ground, those organizations who are aware of LGBTIQ Roma may not be able to get funding, because usually, and this is reported by a Czech Brno-based organization, the Association of Roma in Moravia, basically saying, we know of LGBTIQ Roma, we have known of them for many years, but our organization is basically struggling for basic survival. We get annual grants, but there is no enough funding for development. And this has been actually reported by other organizations in Slovakia, for instance, as well, that there is basically a lack of co-funding or multi-year project funding, and therefore it's not possible to do this kind of work. Looking at the responses more closely, looking at, what we asked, in terms of public authorities and what provisions, legal provisions there are, it is clear that in the three countries there's a legal and conceptual vacuum in relation to intersectional discrimination or multiple discrimination. So first of all, the concept does not exist in law. It is mentioned, so we know that it exists, but there is no definition, which makes things very, very hard. It is possible to litigate cases of intersectional multiple discrimination, and this is something that we have been told repeatedly, but it just makes it really, really hard if there is no legal definition. With respect to this legal and conceptual vacuum, we also need to bear in mind the sort of more general trends across Visegrad 4 as a sort of political and economical unit. And even though we're talking about the three countries, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary, the trends in Poland are not dissimilar. So we need to look at the kind of gradual weakening of human rights instruments and institutions. And that's, for instance, what I mentioned in relation to the Czech ombudsman, where we see that there is an effort to undermine the institution. And therefore, if you have a weak ombudsman, it's really, really hard to enforce, policies which are related to, for instance, intersectional discrimination. A similar situation is actually relevant to Hungary and Slovakia as well, because in Hungary there were two institutions until the end of 2020. It was the Equal Treatment Authority, which was the equality body recognized by EU law, just like the Czech ombudsman is. And as of the end of 2020, this very, very important institution, the Equal Treatment Authority, was merged with what is currently called the Ombudsman or the Commissioner for Fundamental Rights. And this has been also a kind of weakening of that institution and the equality body, because the Commissioner for Fundamental Rights did not have the same United Nations ranking in terms of the efficiency as a equality body. And in Slovakia, we have seen that the local equality body, which is not the ombudsman, but the Slovak National Center for Human Rights, has not had a director for many, many years. So again, how do you enforce legislation with respect to LGBTIQ Roma or intersectional discrimination in the absence of, a director or clear direction? One of the people that actually did provide information to us from the Slovak National Center for Human Rights said that they have been trying to introduce a definition of multiple discrimination into Slovak law since 2010, and this has been unheard. It has not been responded to. So, that's also a sign that there is no political will to do that. These things are really important to bear in mind. The fact that there are inadequate reporting mechanisms means that people will not report cases of multiple discrimination and their experiences when it comes to LGBTIQ Roma or other groups experiencing multiple discrimination. There are no intersectional or LGBTIQ related policies in any of the three countries. And I will just say that some authorities, when we ask them about, do you have any specific policies for LGBTIQ Roma under the current COVID-19 pandemic, and the answer was, why would we give preferential treatment to Roma? Which again, shows the complete lack of understanding of multiple discrimination as a concept. And in Slovakia and Hungary, the kind of minimum cooperation from the openly homophobic and transphobic governments is something, that has to be borne in mind. So if you have policymakers who are trying to enforce legislation that is homophobic and transphobic, it's very unlikely that they will listen to the needs and experiences of people who are experiencing intersectional discrimination. I'm just going to change the slide. So having said all of that, there is scope for address cases of multiple or intersectional discrimination. So as we have seen from the responses by the Hungarian ombudsman and from the Czech practices, these cases have been litigated. These cases have been brought to the attention of equality bodies. So, it is possible. And I'm just going to say that during our Slovak roundtable, one of the lawyers confirmed that it would be highly relevant to start litigating cases in relation to the experiences of LGBTIQ Roma, that there is scope, usually within the third sector. So one of our recommendations in the report is actually for equality bodies where there is will, where there are people who want to cooperate, to work together with third sector, legal organizations to bring cases of intersectional discrimination against LGBTIQ Roma. And also, having said, some critical stuff about Hungary, also it needs to be said that the Hungarian legislation seems to be the most evolved in this respect. So even though the current government is very hostile, Hungary actually developed a piece of legislation that looks at, 20 different grounds on the basis of which people can be discriminated against. And, sexuality, gender, ethnic origin are among them. So, again, it might be worth looking at that legislation and using it. Although when we spoke to the LGBT Roma during our interviews, they also said that the legislation is so ambiguously worded that it's also very easy to abuse it. So, for instance, if somebody, let's say, a person with racist views is sued for saying something racist, they can actually claim that, they are a minority and they can appeal the decision or, defend themselves that way. So one has to be very careful how the legislation is used. I think it is quite encouraging that, there is some leeway, there is some scope for work in this field. So I'm getting to the end of my presentation, waiting for the slide to change. Okay, let me go back. So, okay, looking at the conclusions, it's really important to sort of consider the overall legislative framework, just like I have mentioned in relation to Hungary. the fact that certain protections when it comes to human rights are being rolled back within the V4 region. And specifically at this point in time, this has happened in Hungary in relation to LGBT IQ people with the censorship law, and there have been attempts in Slovakia as well to introduce a similar law. So one has to see that in that context. When talking about LGBTIQ Roma, we are looking at a very uncertain terrain, susceptible to political will and change. And also, the kind of ongoing rise of illiberal democracy, populism, and extremism, and the global backlash against human rights, women, equality, and minority discourses. So all of that has to be taken into consideration. Our research clearly showed the need for intersectionality to be embedded within EU and domestic law as well. So I will end my presentation here. Thank you very much for your attention. And yeah, thank you.
Much, Lucie. Thank you very much for this really interesting presentation. And we now know that the situation is complicated and there are almost no measures in place. Maybe there are some comments or questions from the audience, so please feel free to ask Lucia whatever you are interested in. So it seems that for now there are no questions, everything is clear, and we can move to another presentation. So I would like to ask Mr. Balint Rigo from the Diverse Youth Network to introduce us in the situation in Hungary.
Just a moment, I prepare my presentation.
Yes. Technical break. So we need to get online with your presentation, right?
Yeah, I think I am online.
Yes, that's
okay.
It. Perfect.
So my name is Balint. I came from the Hungarian organization called Diverse Youth Network. First, going a little bit deeper, the situation of the Roma LGBT in Hungary, I would like to say a few words about our organization, how we connected to the project. It's very important, our organization, not a Roma organization, not a LGBT organization basically. It's our main profile, human rights. So, but in general, we're focusing on minority issues, nationality issues. So it includes the Roma, and we're working as well LGBT issues as well. But I think one of the most unique in our organization, we focusing on intersectionalism. Inside the different groups, a lot of times happen between the groups have prejudice and different kind of issues. So it's very important when we have any kind of event, we try to merge them and try to make connection between them. Basically, our organization, it's a network. We have 16 members, a lot of volunteers, and we are part of different kind of international networks as well. So what we do about Erasmus, we do a lot of different kind of Erasmus programs. I think it's basically it's one of our main profile right now. About the situation, you can see before this kind of diagram, I didn't want to speak a lot of, because in basically the situation quite similar like Slovakia and Hungary and Czech Republic. But it's very important in Hungary, we are not able to say there is any kind of Roma LGBT movement. There is some few projects, some few movement, but we cannot say there is a real Roma LGBT movement. So for us, it's very important when we have an event, we try to working together with Roma and LGBT groups, because that's how we maybe can start something on Roma LGBT field. So about the Roma population, just I give you a map. You can see most of the Roma population live in the rural area in Hungary. So basically the basic issues about livings and about salary and working. It's everywhere. But you can see the southern region, where it's our organization, it's quite high, the Roma population. So basically, we're working in the southern region of Hungary. About LGBT situation, it's more complicated and more bad, the situation, I can say. In the last 2 years, there was several type of anti-LGBT law. Start with the law 33, it's against the trans people, and it say you cannot change your name according to your birth gender. So later of have few other law, and the last was the pedophilia law, which is say basically the pedophilia and so who is part of the LGBT, it's like basically pedophile as well. The law says something like that. So after that, there is a regulation about you cannot provide any kind of LGBT context in under 18 people in school and official institutions. So there is a huge regulation about LGBT topics. So this is quite a challenge for NGOs, any kind of institution to work in these kind of issues, because you are not able to going inside any kind of place, basically. About a little bit what we're doing in Roma and LGBT side, we are not just working in different kind of events, we're doing like researches in the last 2 years. We did, one of our biggest program was Step on Roma Ride. It was focusing on Roma women, and we are going to like the rural area to encourage the young women, young girls, to study more, and you can keep even the traditions. So even we're focusing the majority, but we're focusing as well the local Roma communities where the gender rule is so strict. And in this case, our project bringing some different kind of view from the cities to the rural area. So it's very important. Those have a chance to speak with the people who are not have a possibilities to go into cities in different events. So we published 3 different kind of publication about Roma women, and now we have a publication together with Art and Co-Vadis about Roma LGBT. So I think it's very important. We are working in different sides of the topics, and we have a running school. Actually, it's a language school, but it's very important because it's not we just teaching language. We provide different kind of cultural events for the people who is coming. A lot of policemen, a lot of people who is working in the social system coming to learn the language, to have much easily connection to the Roma population. So it's very important. It's an inclusive language school where we provide different kind of cultural interested facts and stuffs. So it's a way how the majority connected more better to the Roma peoples. About LGBT, we had some success and some good development in our organization. We did the first Roma LGBTQ forum in 2020, which was actually the first in Hungary, and it was quite a good actually the program, and it was a lot of people. And later we was part of a Roma Youth Voice project, where we implemented few Roma LGBTQ topics, which was awarded by the EU in 2020 in the best Roma youth project. And later, last year, we did the second Roma LGBTQ forum with Roma LGBTQ trainings, where we provided a chance for young Roma LGBT peoples to learn how they can make awareness, how they can work on that field. So it was really good, and it was part of a festival, which was the last year main. It was like 2 years we prepared for this festival, by the way. It was 6 days long. It was a human rights festival. It's called Freedom of My Identity. Basically, the festival connected different kind of minorities, nationalities, and LGBT groups in the local city in Page. We have different kind of programs which is merged together the Roma LGBT or other minorities, or we speaking about religion and LGBT. So we try to speaking different kind of topics which is forbidden right now in Hungary. So it was really like in the media like 3 months, and we was attacked by the different kind of local governments groups as well. Because we organized the end of the festival, the first Rural Pride in Hungary, which was actually really like media boom. So just to mention 2 or 3 events, which is what I think it's very important. One of them was a round table with politicians, and we were able to reach all of the political party except the Fidesz, and they come to the round table, and we're speaking about the different kind of issues and the problems in the minorities and the nationalities and the LGBT level as well. How they can prove their political plan in the next years to somehow help or support these kind of groups. So, and it was really important from the EP parliament, from the local parties they are come, and it was really like a discussion about those topics. And we try to always, sometimes it's really hard to involve the youngsters. So we try to always implement something new. So we did a YouTube roundtable with YouTubers who are part of the LGBT, and they were quite bringing a lot of people going this YouTube channel. So it was really like something new kind of type of event. And we had exhibitions about local LGBT artists and local artists who are supported somehow this group or connected to this group. So it was quite mixed and challenged. And I think it's the first and most important part was the Pride, which was the first Rural Pride in Hungary. And it was really attacked like 3 months, like every kind of way. They collecting signatures to stop the Pride. They did like different kind of small like sticky papers on the streets, killing the monsters. So it was really like a hot spot in the media in the 3 months. But actually it was really successful. And even from the EP, Commissioner Helena Dalli sent us a short video. So it was really a supportive, sorry, I lost my presentation. It was really supported from local and high-level politicians. And I just want to show you a video because I think it was really important. A small city in Hungary could reach these kind of politicians to support us.
I'm not sure there is a sound, but we have these subtitles. So.
Yeah. But I think. So actually, I think it's the best what we can reach.
Mm-hmm.
Beliefs held by members of society, but a lot of it has to do with the political process. How are LGBTIQ people portrayed by politicians and in the media? The selected approach often determines the outcome. I want to see Hungary become an LGBTIQ affirmative space. May the message of the Page's Pride make clear that we are all human before all else, and that we are all born free and equal. Love is love, and gender diversity is real. I wish you all a happy Pride.
So I think it was really a big surprise because after a lot of attack before the prize was held, it was actually totally the opposite. It was a lot of people, that it was no issue, that it was like really like, it was more than 25 organizations who is working together in the project, and it was like, I think 6 or 7 Roma NGO who was stand up for LGBT and LGBT groups. So it was really like I don't know, it was really like a social unite.
Mm-hmm.
So I just put few pictures about that. We originally planned the event for 1,000 people, but it was almost 3,000 people. So it was more than 400 articles about the Pride, and it was more than 2,100 people, which was actually 2.5 times bigger than we planned. And what we did in typically Roma LGBT topics, it was 2 national roundtables connected to this project. And the first project was focusing on the Roma and LGBT NGOs. And it was about how they can implement somehow a few ideas from the LGBT side to the Roma NGOs, inside the Roma NGOs, and the Roma and the LGBT NGOs, how can somehow implement the Roma view inside their work. So how they can somehow a little bit go closer to each other. And for example, there is a few examples, but it's not much. For example, the Roma track in Budapest Pride. It's an example, but it's really just a few examples. So it's really hard to focusing because the LGBT NGOs mostly working just with LGBT topics, but there is have a Roma LGBTQ issue or people who is going to ask something, they don't know what they can do because they didn't have a connection with Roma NGOs and they are not necessarily able to work together easily. So our roundtable focused those practice those possibilities where they can working together. And the second roundtable was more practical, where we invited medias, Roma and LGBT NGOs, and we speaking through the different kind of good practices which was made it in the last 2 years, how they can use it or a little bit change it in the future. So, for example, we invited the Human Online, it's a media, LGBT media, and they speak about the media representation of Roma and Roma LGBTQ people. How important is that, how the media is represent themselves? Because a lot of times when the media is speaking about Roma LGBT or Roma or LGBT, there is a lot of times the media put the negative stereotypes. How the media can work, for example, NGOs together to make a better media representation. So the second roundtable was about that topic, and after that we have a concert or with Caravan Familia. They are traditional Roma dancers and singers, and they teaching for the audience traditional Roma dance, different kind of traditional Roma dance. And it was really nice for showing for the Roma people the traditional Roma culture and tradition even can stand in these kind of events, and they can working together. So this is one of the most important in our projects and programs to somehow mix them. It's not that easy because more possibility to something going wrong, but you should try. So I think that's all what I want to say. So thank you very much. And we could do much more. And hopefully there will be more projects like this, which can make it a little bit better.
Thank you. Thank you, Balint, for this presentation and for your, how are you brave with your organization? That's really nice. And me personally, I'm really happy that you are able to apply for Erasmus+, because I work for Erasmus+, and I would like to have more Erasmus+, Roma and Roma LGBT projects financed by the program. So good luck for your next work, and thank you for the presentation. And my question is there any question from the audience? Now the floor is yours. We can wait some seconds. It seems that everything is clear again, so we can move to another presentation, to the third one. And I would like to invite Mrs. Ingrid Kosová from Slovakia to present her part of the presentation. So the floor is yours, Ingrid.
Thank you very much. Good morning for everyone. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Ingrid Kosová from Slovak organization Quo Vadis, dealing with the gender equality, especially Roma women. This project was the first in issue of LGBT plus in the Roma community, and I have to say that gave us a lot of experience. I will speak more about conclusions from 2 roundtables, which was organized in September and December 2021 during this project. where we discussed about analytical report and agreed on proposal and recommendations in the field of protection, promotion, and defense of human rights of the Roma LGBT plus minority. The conclusions of analytical report has been already present. In general, we can summarize situation in the topic of LGBT plus people in Slovakia as follows. Generally, we perceive a positive shift in the perception of the topic of Roma LGBT plus, but still is low a level of awareness of the specific position of the Roma LGBT plus people and their needs. And also here no institutional support reflecting the specific needs of Roma LGBT plus people. In support of LGBT still is a lack of systematic and targeted support for NGOs. Institutional homophobia is also reflected in the level of subsidies, grant allocation, including setting calls, and a few NGOs that deal with Roma LGBT plus with only reach for the finances only for the year, not multi-year financing. It's also important to say that during pandemic situation, a national health system and most institutions of public administration and civil society organization do not take into account the specific needs of Roma LGBT plus people. In Slovakia is legal and conceptual vacuum. The provision of multiple discrimination in national law is completely missing, and multiple discrimination is not explicitly prohibited by law, and there is no case law dealing with multiple discrimination. Human rights institutions are weakening and also weak monitoring mechanism. We need to extend social policies and legal provision to an intersectional approach and integrate intersectionality at the heart of EU national law, for example, to the horizontal directive not yet adopted. Now let's take a look at the specific conclusion from the first roundtable in September 2021, where the participants defined 4 important areas for change: greater education and awareness, legislation change, target supporting NGOs, implementation or adoption of importation measures. Participants agreed on these recommendations. First, identify organization, not governmental, public that provide advice and assistance to LGBT, including identification of church, organization, respect LGBT plus. I don't know what's wrong. This is not the slide, I think. It's slide 10. Yes, identifying organization, it's okay. Next, implement community-based awareness raising and initial counseling to trained health, social, and community assistance in the field of anti-homophobic attitudes and on the topic of the specific of the position of Roma LGBT plus. Next, establish of LGBT plus primary and secondary assistance center from the state's budget, and creation of a mechanism for systematic financial support to organizations providing psychological advice for LGBT plus. Next recommendation from first roundtable are establish cooperation with organizations working with children from children's home, open anti-discrimination law and defined multiple discrimination, develop a methodological guide for applying multiple discrimination in practice, and create a litigation tool in the fields on gender equality, and especially in the field of LGBT plus for judicial practice. Next, support for mediation of legal advice and free legal representation in court processing of multiple discrimination, gender, ethnicity, social status, orientation. Increasing confidence in awareness of the possibility of the reporting cases of discrimination. Focus on providing services in city for seek help from local government, and more information through Center for Families and Children. On the second roundtable in December 2021 was defined 4 areas of attention: awareness and information, legislative changes, NGO support, and finally, area of specific measures. In the first area, awareness, was defined this recommendation: implement training and culture in peer education at primary and secondary school through cooperation with NGOs. This is very necessary with cooperation. Implementing training of state institutions, especially the police. Work with the Roma parents of LGBT children. Next, raise children's awareness of the LGBT plus in curriculum. Educate pedagogical staff on the topic of LGBT plus children. Next, create cooperation between pedagogical professional and field workers. Next, and finally, implement training for social and nurses workers with LGBT plus people in communities. In area legislative changes was defined this recommendation. Define multiple discrimination in anti-discrimination law. Establish a free guidance mechanism for people facing multiple discrimination. Focus on the practical implementation on multiple discrimination at the institutional level, and encouraging minorities to report for pressure for systematic change. Very important area is NGO support, where participants agree on these recommendations. The need for systematic financing. Create cooperation of majority LGBT plus organization with the Roma organization. In Slovakia doesn't exist this. And it's very nice that the representative of majority organization said that it wasn't the responsibility of Roma organization, but only majority organization. And finally, establish cooperation with respectful or church conservative organization that accept LGBT plus people. And finally, the last area on the second roundtable was of a specific area of specific measures, where was defined this recommendation. Analysis of the situation of attitude of and respect for LGBT plus people in the Roma communities, including transgender people. It's very necessary. Address self-government for cooperation. And finally, open discussion on data collection of marginalized Roma communities, because in Slovakia it's not possible to implement policies towards marginalized communities due to the impossibility of collecting ethnic data, and therefore we have no idea of the states we are currently in. That's all from Slovakia, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. So we could see that there is also almost no measures in place in Slovakia. So there is a lot to do still. So, and we have one surprise here now. We are very happy that we can also welcome Mr. Mikuláš Lakatoš from Slovakia. And Mikuláš, you came just now. Are you already prepared for your presentation?
I hope so. I just left the train, but I hope so that I'm ready to deliver the presentation.
Okay, so let's try, and we will see if there will be any technical problems or not. And meanwhile, I would once again invite audience, if there are any questions on Inga's, on Lucia's, or on Balin's presentation, please now you can speak up.
I have a question here.
Okay.
Okay, my question is what I've heard from the last presentation. There was this meetings with different actors actually, and I'm wondering because one of the recommendation is to try to raise the awareness through different networks. Is there any attempt for trying to raise the awareness about LGBT issues among the mediators, for example? Because now we know in more and more countries, mediators becomes an institution. They are more institutionalized and given job. Now I think, for example, health mediators or school mediators should be ideal channel, to raise the awareness, because these are the people who work on the community level. And my question is probably to Ingrid. Did you get in contact with networks of mediators during your research? And did you have any feedback or connection with it in raising the awareness about LGBT issues? Thank you.
So, did you understand, Ingrid?
I'm a little bit problem with English. Sorry, I try to answer in English, but I'm not able to more. Can you translate me what question was?
Ta otázka bylo, jestli jste na Slovensku zkoušeli využít ty stávající sítě různých mediátorů, ať už zdravotních nebo sociálních a tak podobně, a jaký to mělo ohlas nebo dopad.
Môžem ťa poprosiť, Martinka, aby si to preložila, ja si to niečo naozaj v angličtine. Momentálne prebieha program Zdravé regióny, kde sa pokúšame jednať s týmito ľuďmi, aby začali v oblasti protihomofóbnych postojov vykonávať školenia pre svojich zdravotných pracovníkov. A je to v podstate taký prvý začiatočný kontakt práve v tejto téme. Čiže myslím si, že na Slovensku sme zatiaľ iba úplne na začiatku a o téme LGBT v rómskych komunitách sa zatiaľ vôbec nehovorí. Je to veľmi tabuizovaná téma. Takže práve tento projekt prispel k tomu, aby sa téma otvorila a aby začali využívať už existujúce siete mediátorov, či už zdravotných alebo asistentov terénnych sociálnej práce na to, aby sa začali školiť v tejto oblasti.
So Ingrid said basically that they are still at the beginning of the process and they started to work with health mediators in Slovakia, and they also plan to involve other mediators to involve and include the topic of homophobia into the communities, basically said like this. So they are still at the beginning, and there is still so much to do for them. But they are planning to address these mediators. Okay. Is there any other question or comment or follow up from the audience? Okay, thank you for now, and I would like to pass the word to Mikuláš.
Thank you so much. My name is Mikuláš Lakatos, and in upcoming few minutes, I will speak on behalf of our non-governmental organization, so-called ROMA. So in these few minutes, I would like to present you or share with you the main information or some information about our organization, who we are, why we are existing, and what are the main fields on which we are currently working, and or which are the fields of what we would like to improve in upcoming years. If you allow me, then I will start. I'm not sure if the presentation is not moving.
Yes, there. Yeah.
Okay.
It's working.
Okay. So, in the first section, I would like to present you our organization. As it was mentioned, we are the first Slovak pro-Roma LGBT QIA plus NGO in the country, and we were established in December 2020. We are currently based in Bratislava, Slovakia. And our main scope of work is aimed at improving the public awareness of the multiple intersectional discriminated individuals or groups. And of course, we are focusing on marginalized Roma communities. As I mentioned, we just established in 2020, but it's not meaning that we are just a new NGO, because we are having a long-term expertise on anti-discriminatory and equal treatment policy development, because we are working with a super literated experts. So we are having a really good expertise in the field. And we are very proud that our organization last year became a partner of your organization, which is itsStatus, because we are maximally sharing the viewing points and the beliefs what the art is sharing as well. So we are maximally happy that we can work together, we can share our work, our expertise, and we can together improve the fields on we are currently working. And finally, but not least, we are a team of individuals fighting for a more sensitive society. Okay, in a few words, I just presented the meaning of our existence or who we are. But what is the reason that we have to exist? Like, why we have to exist in Slovakia? And the reason is because the Roma LGBTQI community is simply invisible. There is also still lack of public institutional attention on the multiple intersectional discrimination. We are still not focusing, we are not speaking about it, and our national organizations, institutions simply do not know what it means to have an intersectional or multiple discrimination. And also I had to say that there is also a non-existing formal education or non-formal education or another training opportunities on the topic, especially for the community members or for those who would like to simply get some more information about the topic. There is still a lack of developed and implemented state-level policies aimed at improving the situation of the targeted community. Simply, the state institutions still not working, not putting that much effort what we would like to have in a close future. And when I was kind of explaining the reason why we had to exist in the country, and we are just, as I mentioned, the only one and the first one organization which somehow tried to develop this very hard and field. I have to also present the things what we are currently doing. And the main thing or the main task for us is to supporting the visibility. Because as I mentioned, our community is kind of invisible. So that was the reason why we, thanks to the cooperation of the Slovak Bodies organization, we conjoined the organization of the so-called Roma Pride during the big Košice Pride. And it was super cool because we had like kind of our so-called Roma stand, and we were like preparing traditional Roma foods for the visitors of the Pride. So they were a chance to try Roma foods, to get to know the Roma traditions, and get to finally know that also Roma are belonging to the LGBTQ+ community as well. Another task is to connect our communities. So we are always trying to develop and work on creation the discussions forums for our students, for everybody who would like to get to know something about the field. We are educating and learning. We are not just providing our students or the interested persons information about the Roma LGBT community, but also we are learning from them. We have to learn what are their needs, what they would like to know, which are the things they in upcoming future would like to know. And of course, we are making searching, we are monitoring, evaluating, and reporting the needs of the community towards state-level institutions, international organizations, and other NGOs with whom we are currently cooperating. We are developing policies, so we are working on policy formulation and then also negotiation with the state-level institutions. And maybe one of the most important things that we are kind of cultivating, which means we are trying to make the society a much more sensitive, understanding, and tolerant. So at the end of my presentation, please allow me share with you some photos, if this presentation allows me.
Yes.
Yes. So as you can see, this here we have some photos from the activities what we are just have done in last month. And in the photo, as you can see, it was during the Košice Pride. And believe or not, that was the first time when I tried Goya, the traditional Romani food, and it was just a few months ago. So maybe from my side, this is it, and I'm looking forward to your questions and the discussion.
Thank you very much, Mikuláš. Thank you very much. And can you tell us how many people were there in Košice on the Pride?
I think from the Roma community, Roma LGBT community, it was around 20 people, but of course we were joined with a majority visitors of the Pride, so there was a big fun.
Nice. So it was the first attempt, right?
Yeah, it was the first year what we organized with cooperation of the Quadis with Ingrid, who was the speaker before me, and of course I would like to continue with this work and next year maybe prepare it in a much bigger manner.
Thank you. And Balint, maybe I can also ask you regarding the Pride you organized. Did you have any Roma people in the Pride crowd?
Yes, we have. Actually, parallel with the Pride, we had the second Roma LGBT forum and the training. So we organized there from different parts of the country, like around 25, 30 people who is Roma LGBT, and they have a training and they coming to the Pride together with us. And we had 5, 6 NGO who was Roma NGO is supporting us, and they were coming. So 100, I can say more than 100.
Nice.
I not say they are all Roma LGBT, but they are coming like Romas to support
the
yes.
yeah?
But I am sure it was more than 100.
Ah, so nice. So maybe there is also some possibility to exchange your experiences, of course, from the organization of the Pride, because they in Hungary they had 2,500 people in the first Pride, so it was really successful. So really good activities. Thank you very much, boys. Do we have any questions or comments from the audience? Don't hesitate to ask. We can deal with the English somehow. I don't know if there is any technical problem again or everything is working. I also don't see Lucia and Ingrid. I don't know if they are still, yeah, I hope they are still online. They are. Nice. So ladies, is there anything you would like to add after listening to all this presentation? Is there anything you would like to add? Or it's really nice. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but these boys are maybe another generation than us three are, and they are using these mobile phones like no problem. And I am dealing with this tablet, and it's like it's dark, and I cannot do anything with this. I don't know if there are any questions in it or not. So this is the difference between generations. But I also noticed some kind of difference in attitudes, in your efforts in solving the situation or let's say like mapping the situation. Because your, Lucia and Ingrid, your presentations were more like to describe the overall situation. And these boys, they are like really active and they would like to change something, and they are like in production on some some projects and dealing with people. So yeah, this is also really nice to see that there is another generation, coming generation, to replace us, one day. So
Martina, if I may.
You can.
So yeah, I would actually like to thank for the presentations that Balint and Mikuláš gave us, because I think they provided the kind of grassroots dimension to what I was trying to say in very abstract terms. And I completely agree with you that it's really encouraging to see this level of determination and just dedication and also self-esteem on the ground, working at the highest levels. And I think it's particularly encouraging to see at this point in time. You may have noticed that Ukraine has been invaded by Russia. There are many Roma in Ukraine. So I'm sure that we will need this kind of determination and support for people, on the ground. But going back to our theme, excellent presentations, and I'm just so happy to have been involved in the project in the first place.
Thank you very much, Lucia, for mentioning Ukraine, because this is really like hot news for today, and it's not good news. And we hope that that everything will be better in short time. And our thoughts are with Roma and LGBT and other people in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Would you like to add something, boys? Is there anything? Ingrid. So the situation in Slovakia, would you are you planning to follow up on this project, which is going to finish yearly? Is there any possibility you will follow up with your activities you started in Slovakia? Chystáte se nějaký nový projekt navázat?
Pochopila som, ale ak môžem, tak budem odpovedať slovensky a preložíš to dobre, lebo netrúfam si. Momentálne sa snažíme o to, aby niektoré z týchto odporúčaní boli implementované do národných stratégií. Čiže momentálne sa snažíme skôr lobovať na tej národnej úrovni a oslovíme aj lokálnych partnerov na spoluprácu a samozrejme očakávame ďalšiu spoluprácu s Art, kde sa momentálne pripravuje ďalší projekt, na ktorom budeme spolupracovať a pokračujeme ďalej. Čiže lobbying a ďalšia spolupráca a teším sa na budúcoročný Pride a nejaké diskusie.
Is there any will in Slovakia to follow up on this project? And Ingrid said that, of course, they are planning to working with state institution and to influence somehow creation of strategies, taking account the LGBT and mainly the intersectional diversity. Discrimination, and they also would like to follow up on the cooperation with Art, Czech Republic, and of course Slovakia. Thank you. Because I was asking you because also in Czech Republic there are some plans, and I think it was in November or October. Art organized a roundtable for representatives of state institutions, but also for non-governmental organizations, presenting them the outcomes of the national report created by Lucia. And we simply asked them, what you, as a representative of your institution or organization, can do personally for the improvement of the situation. And it was really nice discussion because there were people from several levels or more levels of institution and more levels of power, let's say. And it was nice that their attitude was really active and they really would like to educate their colleagues about the topic. This is really nice. For example, if you are working in orphanage or children's home, you probably will meet someday LGBT Roma or LGBT kid or child. So you need to know some basic information and to be aware of some basic knowledge about what are the special needs of such a child or kid. Or we were speaking with policemen, we were speaking with the representatives of Roma department of the capital city of Prague. So the discussion was very fruitful. And these people involved, like really, they seem to be very like to be ready to do something. So the follow-up on this project our art is planning is to somehow lead these organizations, these institutions and these people to, let's say, fulfill what they said during the roundtable. So it's nice to speak about things, but it's also really good if you are able and dedicated to really change something and do something. So this is my last call on audience. Is there any question or comment?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me, everyone?
You can speak.
Hi. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi. My name is Marek Kraus. I'm from Zdravé Regiony organization, which was mentioned before. So I would like to just bring some insight since Mrs. Kosova mentioned us. It's true actually that we are working with her. Basically, our organization is trying to improve access to healthcare. It's a nationwide project. We do have 300 assistants which are working directly in the fields in Roma communities. And we are trying to educate them, of course, as well. Last year, we did have education. The topic was sexual and reproductive rights. And we touched also the LGBTQ plus topic, where we actually had like a manual, which was done by Spoločnosť pre plánované rodičovstvo. So we try to educate them basically because they're working with the people in the field and their clients are as well LGBTQ plus people. So we're trying to come with like a next education this year. So it will be like a upper level education in this topic where we will again touch this topic about the LGBTQ plus people. We do also have a research which was about the condition in Roma settlements. We did have a question about the homophobic tendency there. The question was basically not like what do you think personally, but the question was what people in your community think. And the results from this research was actually that it was like 67% that people did not like it or accept it that much. You know, our anthropologist Andre Bella, he actually did not encounter like any strict homophobia in the field, but of course the situation is not good, and nationwide there is no education in these communities. So we are trying to bring that up, and of course it needs more collaboration and more work in the future.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for your comment and your efforts. It's really good to hear.
Yes, thank you very much. I was trying to bring some insights since our organization Zdravé Regiony was mentioned, so we will know what is our work. We are mostly focusing on improving healthcare access, but also we educate people straight from the Roma communities around the country. So we will try to touch this topic in the future as well. This year we will continue.
Nice, really nice.
That'll be all from me. Thank you.
And do you have any idea how the education is going to be organized or how it's gonna be like look like?
Mm-hmm. Basically, it will be the same as last year. Last year, we educated 300 assistants, which are working in the field. They basically stand between the clients and, let's say, the doctors, because we do also cooperate with pediatricians and doctors. So this education, we will just take from 300 people, we will take 25 people, which will be specialized in sexual and reproductive rights. Since they're working in the field, and of course their clients are also people from LGBTQ plus community. So we will have like an upper education. So from 300 people, we will just select 25 people, which will be selected, and they will be specialized in this field.
Because I was wondering how to introduce this topic to Roma communities, because it's really like, it's taboo.
Taboo, yes.
So do you or maybe someone from our panelists have some like practical experiences from this? And this is the last thing we are discussing because we are out of time. So Mikuláš.
Maybe I can just switch because with Michal from Sexuality, we are currently like working from the because I'm also like a governmental officer and working on health policy development. So we are kind of know each other, and we are working on the action plans, improving the health situation of the Romas in Slovakia. So I'm really happy that we are like starting to speak about the health improvement of the Roma communities as well. And yes, it's kind of taboo, and I think we have to speak about it, and we have to like put these kind of topics into the curricula. What our healthcare mediators in our communities discussing, teaching, or kind of working on this. So I'm very happy that Zdravé regiony or healthy regions kind of working on this topic as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just for me, mention example, when we started working those Roma LGBT topics, we didn't do that directly. For example, we did our first, we did International Roma Day. We invite Holocaust survivor, we invite someone who is painting and a Roma woman. So we invite a lot of Romas, but we organize the place in the place where it's a LGBT place. So this was a meeting platform, but we didn't tell the details, of course, for the people. So it was a little bit surprise. But we have a panel discussion about the gender roles in the Roma communities. How is changed during the 100 year? It's more strict or something? It's a little bit soft. How is changed the women roles in the house? And somehow we put a little bit gender topics. It's a hidden way. And every time when we have other Roma events, we put something new. And slowly they get used it in our cities.
Yes.
So this is how maybe it's much better if you're approaching slowly,
Step
not
by
directly the
step.
topic like Roma LGBT.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think you're right, because it's so sensitive topic, and it's really taboo. You need to make a step by step and
That
really
was
slowly.
our publication about the successful Roma women as well. How they can change the Roma gender rules inside the communities a little bit.
Yes. So
may I say something? Sorry.
Sure, you can.
Yeah. So really great to hear from Zdravé regiony, healthy regions. I will just say that we have reached out to healthy regions, and it would have been excellent to have their response in the analytical report. Unfortunately, we did not receive any information from them, even when we prompted them several times. The other thing I want to say is that I think it's really important to address, behavior that is homophobic. But let's not forget that homophobia is actually, sort of attitude or behavior that we see also in majority society. It's not something that is specific to Roma only. And my own research, I'm a sociologist, I have just published a book called Queer Roma, shows that there are also many accepting Roma families and communities who accept Roma, who are LGBT, they understand sexuality, they understand gender. So I think when putting together educational programs, it's also important to bear this in mind, that there are social units who accept, and they have always existed and accepted Roma within Roma families and communities. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
It's really important to bear in mind, of course. I would like to thank you all, your four panelists. Thank you, Lucia. Thank you, Ingrid. Thank you, Mikuláš. And thank you, Balint. Thank you, audience, for following us and looking at us and hearing us. And we are really looking forward for next panels during this conference. And thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Děkuju moc. Tam to není takhle, tam to máš celé z mixu. Takže já jsem si to tady upravil. Já jsem víc teďka zpěvu. Svetos me pirav, tegiljavel, ormat shashunen, imarkelen. Paulo svetos me pirav, tegiljavel, ormat shashunen, imarkelen. Kele doma, kangas to magete bashavel, Kaiten shunden shuka gila romane Killen Roma Kamas tu mukete pa shovel Kaiten shunden shuka gila romane Svetos me piraf Peba shovel Orma chashunen I markelen Svetos me piraf Peba shovel Orma chashunen I markelen Killen Roma Kamas tu mukete pa shovel Kaiten shunden shuka gila romane Killen Roma Kamas tu mukete pa shovel Kaiten shunden shuka gila romane La 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 Sveto spira vero menša roda Naka mafte preačo kere me narova Jega verna likeras Čape peste čugaras Love peskera tinas Kere peske mačuvas Okana aven savore palmande Begilja vapa adarači tumenge Adarači žite sara Akana amen nasaha Chikere, chiave, bekere, buparte, aquele, capie, cai, savore, mulatine, chikere, chiave, bekere, buparte, aquele, capie, cai, savore, mulatine, aquele, Roma, kamas tu mukete pa shovel, kaiten shunden shuka gila romane, aquele, Roma, kamas tu mukete pa shovel, kaiten shunden shuka gila romane, Romale, chavale, Menge Navaf Najanaf Chiamen Shunana Sopena Romale Chavale Menge Amengi Navas Najanaf Chiamen Shunana Sopena Amen Roma chame piqueras, menge penqueras, laite chame, hoy peste liqueras. Amen Roma chame piqueras, menge penqueras, laite chame, hoy peste liqueras. Para la di la da da, para la da da da, para la da 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 da. Son coco, o chave, palma de pire, son coco, o chave, palma de pire, son chavo romano, son chavo romano, manito na cama. Romale bombana pincha Come son chavo romano Sacco di quello immenso romano Hey romale magnifico na cama Hey romale bombana pincha Come son chavo romano Sacco di quello immenso romano Son corco, o chame, palma de pire, son coco, o chame, palma de pire, son chavo romano, son chavo romano, ir male manito na cama, ir male bombana princhar. Sacco di che lo immenso romano Hey romale magnifico na cama Hey romale bombana pringiare Come son chavo romano Sacco di che lo immenso romano mano, sacco di callo immenso in mano, sacco di callo immenso in mano. Gondolina vaso i pes da sakababa, bomangin jungen da chai in lodu kalas, sarshune hakira yino pute mare, boga savina necholi, arake hapeskeri vodishunen romale, da oventre hale, yek pe averna asas na chana suske, abri pesta kere raya kere robe, sarshune hakira yino pute mare, boga savina necholi, arake hapeskeri vodishunen romale, da oventre hale. Yo ite shebe hapeskeri but aratuso so tu chavas de la emana mukela quere so camehazo so tu chavas de la emana mukela quere so cameha quere so cameha quere so Zaście futera miriaka, mandolin devča je betuta mavka, paštruves, pašmane. Soske tu ke penjo mandojaka, metodicum te union sang parnova muy sargiv yaka kale saranga bibartu mange keresavi Moroyelo tu lesa Paškadi Gilori sohi Čačirikles Bibartu mange keresavi Moroyelo tu lesa Paškadi Gilori sohi Čačirikles 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 Beijava me corcoro, gondolina vas prendute, čujina vas pesečavoro, miro ilo na kamel tutte muke, na kama vas tepenel savoro, giana voi penjom giungalo lavoro, prebacin mange so mas mato. Beijava me corcoro, gondolina vas prendute, čujina vas pesečavoro, miro ilo na kamel tutte muke. Na cama vas tepenel savoro, giana voi penjom giungalo lavoro, prebacin mange so mas mato. Nave sapes que mandam, pe camav tu que tepenel, piau tu ten aneman, koda žive pen, so cama vas te živel, fede camav te merel, na giana vsa tu que tepenel. Erenjom tu que hiros tu odamek naginehas tu que javando suno penavame tu que oi pretu que ujarav ušteha upeure me pezvaš tu que motoriha avava tu que javando suno penavame tu que oi pretu que ujarav ušteha upeure me pezvaš tu que motoriha avava já tu que mete a pena ando yaka oi pasto teje to sara me nasovava dikava pretu tesa tu pasto verha me dava duma lede vleha tele muleha pučava lenda raka na soske odávka i oi mero sakomanus podjungale nas fali Čino barvalo čičoro kada meri benlo savoro a kana tu mencana kela vasa komanu žela korkoro pen mange co i vaštu ke morena fede međana miro ilo keti reza peral me kamav kaj sal sasto kaj sal bahtalo miro drom romano sa uštieha site oveha zoralo me tu que kamav te penel čakada liker je gaves liker je suma amen kaj sam mame peha adai peluma Kam ya mame sam peha adai peluma likeren je kaves amen kaj sam mame adai peluma Meghela tatoro tu bashavea shukares amenge kera Sargenil mavri vašokasht Želman budelas premirovast De našom pale androke Haljom dukalas man miroper Sukirava me pašuvava Užarava saru perna dukala Palis vašavava Šukare samenge kera Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero Jilo sop tu menge vakere Vareka na polokore zlikeren no prepesteru male načiven amari hinicalne luma amenda sletevle hatuma nigda shohana liam ten nigda shohana čuđan epuhro male soprelate amen živas na povisteren romale šunen peskero jilo sotu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren mă prepestero male načiven amari hinicalne luma amenda sletevle hatuma nigda shohana liam te nigda shohana čuđan epuhro male soprelate amen živas epuhro male soprelate amen živas epuhro male soprelate amen živas Saraushef, Mangeshef, Blakatardykav, Avriyev, Palis Puterjum Movuda, Eromni Vishinel Lavuta, Jomange Vasho Kashtoro, Deshaitavav, Meghela Tatoro, Tu Bashavea, Shukares, Amenge Kera. Sargenil Mavri, Vašo kašt, že man bude las premirovast, de našom pále androke. Haljom dukalas man miroper, sokeravame pašuvava, užarava saroper na dukala, palis vašavava, šukares samenge kera. Povisteren romale šunen peskero jilo sotu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren no prepesteru male načiven amari hinicalne luma amenda sletevle hatuma nigda shohana liam ten nigda shohana čuđan epuhro male soprelate amen živas na povisteren romale šunen peskero jilo sotu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren mă prepestero male načiven amari hinicalne luma amenda sletevle hatuma nigda shohana liam te nigda shohana čuđan epuhro male soprelate amen živas epuhro male soprelate amen živas epuhro male soprelate amen živas Saraushef, Mangeshef, Blakatardykav, Avriyev, Palis Puterjum Movuda, Eromni Vishinel Lavuta, Jomange Vasho Kashtoro, Deshaitavav, Meghela Tatoro, Tu Bashavea, Shukares, Amenge Kera. Sargenil Mavri, Vašo kašt, že man bude las premirovast, de našom pále androke. Haljom dukalas man miroper, sokeravame pašuvava, užarava saroper na dukala, vașava Jucare să mângâchera Na pobistere romale Shunen pesquero Yilo soptu menge vaquere Pare ca Napolo corez Likeren no prepeste romale Na civen Amari Itsale luma Amenda se devle hatuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čuđam E puvro male soprelate amenđivas Na pobisteren romale Shunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vare ca Napolo corez Likeren mă prepeste romale Na civen Amari Itsale luma Amenda se devle hatuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čuđam E puvro male soprelate amenđivas E puvro male soprelate amenđivas E puvro male soprelate amenđivas Saraușef, mangeșea Dacă tardicaf, avriv Palis putergium movuda Erom nivicinel la vuta Jo mange vašo kaštoro Te šajtavav meghela tatoro Tu bašavea šukares amenge kera Sargenil mavri vašo kašt Želman budelas premirovast De našom pále androke Haljom dukalas man miroper Sukiravame pašťuvava Užarava saroper na dukala Pális vašavava Šukare samenge kira Na pobisteren romale Shunen pesquero Yilo soptu menge vaquerel Pare ca Napolo corez Likeren no prepeste romale Na civen Amari Itsale luma Amenda se devle hatuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čuđam E puvro male soprelate amenđivas Na pobisteren romale Shunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vare ca Napolo corez Likeren mă prepeste romale Na civen Amari Itsale luma Amenda se devle hatuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čuđam E puvro male soprelate amenđivas E puvro male soprelate amenđivas E puvro male soprelate amenđivas Saraușef, mangeșea Dacă tardicaf, avriv Palis putergium movuda Erom nivicinel la vuta Jo mange vašo kaštoro Te šajtavav meghela tatoro Tu bašavea šukares amenge kera Sargenil mavri vašo kašt Želman budelas premirovast De Halňom dúkala z manmi ropes, sokieravame pašťuvava. Užarava sa roperna dúkala, páli zvašavava, šukare sa menge kera. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo so tu menge vakere. Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepestero male načiven. A Mari hiicalne luma, amenda se tevle hatuma. Nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam. E puhro male, soprelate a menživas. Na povisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo so tu menge vakerel. Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepestero male načiven. A Mari hiicalne luma, amenda se tevle hatuma. Nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam. E puhro male, soprelate a menživas. E puhro male, soprelate a menživas. E puhro male, soprelate a menživas. Mangeshem, Bakatardikav, Avriv, Palis puter, Jomovuda, Eromni Vishinen Lavuta, Jomange Vasho, Kashtoro, Deshaitavav, Meghela Tatoro, Tu Bashavea, Shukares, Amenge Kera. Sargenil Mavi, Vasho Kasht. Želman bude las premirovast, de našom pále androke. Halňom dúkala z manmi ropes, sokieravame pašťuvava. Užarava sa roperna dúkala, páli zvašavava, šukare sa menge kera. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo so tu menge vakerel. Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepestero male načiven. A Mari hiicalne luma, amenda se tevle hatuma. Nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam. E puhro male, soprelate a menživas. Na povisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo so tu menge vakerel. Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepestero male načiven. A Mari hiicalne luma, amenda se tevle hatuma. Nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam. E puhro male, soprelate a menživas. E puhro male, soprelate a menživas. E puhro male, soprelate a menživas. Mangeshem, Bakatardikav, Avriv, Palis puter, Jomovuda, Eromni Vishinen Lavuta, Jomange Vasho, Kashtoro, Deshaitavav, Meghela Tatoro, Tu başavea şukares amenge kera Sargenil mavi pašokašt Žilman bude las premirovast De našom pále androke Haljom dukalas man mirope Sukiravame pašťuvava Užarava saroperna dukala Palis vašavava Šukares samenge kera Bisteren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sottu menge vaquere Vare cana polo corez Likeren no trepeste Roma lena civen Amari Itzalni luma Amenda se devle hatuma Nigda shohana liam De nigda shohana čuđam E puvromale soprelate amengivas Na povisteren romale šunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vareca na polo corez Likeren mă prepeste romale na civen Amari Nițalne luma Amendas le devle hatuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čuđam E puvromale soprelate amengivas E puvromale soprelate amengivas E puvromale soprelate amengivas Mangesha, Bakatardicav, Avriv, Palis puter Jomovuda, Eromnivi Chinel Lavuta, Jomange Vasho Castoro, Peshaitavav, Meghela Tatoro, Tu Bashavea, Shukares, Amenge Kera, Sargenil Mavi, Vasho Castoro. Žilman bude las premirovast De našom pále androke Haljom dukalas man mirope Sukiravame pašťuvava Užarava saroperna dukala Palis vašavava Šukares samenge kera Bisteren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sottu menge vaquerel Vareca na polo corez Likeren no trepeste Roma lena civen Amari Itzalni luma Amendas le devle hatuma Nigda shohana liam De nigda shohana čuđam E puvromale soprelate amengivas Na povisteren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vareca na polo corez Likeren mă prepeste Roma lena civen Amari Nițalne luma Amendas le devle hatuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čuđam E puvromale soprelate amengivas E puvromale soprelate amengivas E puvromale soprelate amengivas Mangesha, Bakatardicav, Avriv, Pales puter de mudar. Ero mni vicino la volta. Jo mangue baixo castoro. Deixaitava peghela tatoro. Tu baixavea jucares a mangueira. Sarghenil mave baixo casto. Joman budelas premirovast. Denashum pale androke. Halium dukalas man miroper. Sukirava me pašuvava. Užarava saru perna dukala. Palis bašavava. Šukare samenge kira. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero. Jilo sotu menge vakere. Vareka na polokore zlikeren. No prepesteru male načiven. Amari hinicalni luma. Amenda se tevle hatuma. Nigda šohana lijam. Te nigda šohana čođam. E puhromale soprelate amen živas. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero. Jilo sotu menge vakerel. Vareka na polokore zlikeren. Me prepesteru male načiven. Amari hinicalni luma. Amenda se tevle hatuma. Nigda šohana lijam. Te nigda šohana čuđam. E puhromale soprelate amen živas. E puhromale soprelate amen živas. E puhromale soprelate amen živas. To Saraušev, Mangešev, Blakatardykav, Avrijev, Palis puter de movuda. Ero mni vicino la volta. Jo mangue baixo castoro. Deixaitava peghela tatoro. Tu baixavea jucares a mangueira. Sarghenil mave baixo casto. Joman budelas premirovast. Denashum pale androke. Halium dukalas man miroper. Sukirava me pašuvava. Užarava saru perna dukala. Palis bašavava. Šukare samenge kira. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero. Jilo sotu menge vakerel. Vareka na polokore zlikeren. No prepesteru male načiven. Amari hinicalni luma. Amenda se tevle hatuma. Nigda šohana lijam. Te nigda šohana čođam. E puhromale soprelate amen živas. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero. Jilo sotu menge vakerel. Vareka na polokore zlikeren. Me prepesteru male načiven. Amari hinicalni luma. Amenda se tevle hatuma. Nigda šohana lijam. Te nigda šohana čuđam. E puhromale soprelate amen živas. E puhromale soprelate amen živas. E puhromale soprelate amen živas. saraușef, mangeșel, blacatar de cap, avriv, palis putergiu movuda, eromni vicine la vuta, jo mange vašo kaštoro, tešaj tava megrela tatoro, tu bašavea šukares amenge kera. Sargenil mavri vašo kašt, jo man budelas premirovast, de našom pále androke, haljom dukalas man miroper, sokeravame pašťuvava, užarava saroper nadukala, pális vašavava, šukare samenge kera. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo sortu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, no trepesteru male načiven, amari hicaune luma, amenda se teble hatuma, nigda šohana lijam, te nigda šohana čođam, epuv male soprelate amenđivas, na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo sotu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, mă trepesteru male načiven, amari hicaune luma, amenda se teble hatuma, nigda šohana lijam, te nigda šohana čuđam, epuv male soprelate amenđivas, epuv male soprelate amenđivas, epuv male soprelate amenđivas. Saraușef, mangeșel, blacatar de cap, avriv, palis putergiu movuda, eromni vicine la vuta, jo mange vašo kaštoro, tešaj tava megrela tatoro, tu bašavea šukares amenge kera. Sargenil mavri vašo kašt, jo man budelas premirovast, de našom pále androke, haljom dukalas man miroper, sokeravame pašťuvava, užarava saroper nadukala, pális vašavava, šukare samenge kera. Pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo sortu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, no trepesteru male načiven, amari hicaune luma, amenda se teble hatuma, nigda šohana lijam, te nigda šohana čođam, epuv male soprelate amenđivas, na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, jilo sotu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, mă trepesteru male načiven, amari hicaune luma, amenda se teble hatuma, nigda šohana lijam, te nigda šohana čuđam, epuv male soprelate amenđivas, epuv male soprelate amenđivas. ušev, mangeše, plakatar dikav, avriv, palis puter, jomovuda, eromni višinem lavuta, jomange vašo kaštoro, tešaj tavav, meghela tatoro, tu bašavea, šukares, amenge kera. Sargenil mavri, vašo kašt, žoman budelas, premirovast, de našom pále androke, halňom dukalas man miroper, sukeravame pašuvava, užarava saroper na dukala, pális vašavava, šukares samenge kera. Steren Roma ležunen peskero jilo sotu menge vakere Vareka na polokore zlikeren no prepeste Roma lena čiven Amari hicalne luma Amenda slete vleha duma Nikda šohana lijam Ten nikda šohana čođam Epuhromale soprelate amengivas Na povisteren romale šunen peskero jilo sotu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren me prepeste romale načiven Amari hicalne luma Amenda slete vleha duma Nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam Epuhromale soprelate amengivas Epuhromale soprelate amengivas Epuhromale soprelate amengivas Mangeše, plakatar dikav, avriv, palis puter, jomovuda, eromni višinem lavuta, jomange vašo kaštoro, tešaj tavav, meghela tatoro, tu bašavea, šukares, amenge kera. Sargenil mavri, vašo kašt, Žoman budelas, premirovast, de našom pále androke, halňom dukalas man miroper, sukeravame pašuvava, užarava saroper na dukala, pális vašavava, šukares samenge kera. Na povisteren Roma ležunen peskero jilo sotu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren no prepeste Roma lena čiven Amari hicalne luma Amenda slete vleha duma Nikda šohana lijam Te nikda šohana čođam Epuhromale soprelate amengivas Na povisteren romale šunen peskero jilo sotu menge vakerel Vareka na polokore zlikeren me prepeste romale načiven Amari hicalne luma Amenda slete vleha duma Nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam Epuhromale soprelate amengivas Epuhromale soprelate amengivas Epuhromale soprelate amengivas mangeșel, dacă tardicav avriv, palis putergiu movuda, eromnivi și la vuta, jo mange vašo kaštoro, te šajtava meghela tatoro, tu bašavea šukares a mange kera. Sargenil mavri vašo kašt, jo man budelas premirovast, de našom pále androke, haljom dukalas man miroper, sokeravame pašťuvava, užarava saroper nadukala, pális vašavava, šukare samenge kera. Na pobisteren romale šunen peskero, jilo soptu menge vakere, vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, amari hițalne luma, amenda se te vlehatuma, nigda šohana liam, te nigda šohana čođam, e puhro male soprelate amenđivas, na pobisteren romale šunen peskero, jilo sotu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, mă prepestero male načiven, amari hițalne luma, amenda se te vlehatuma, nigda šohana liam, te nigda šohana čuđam, e puhro male soprelate amenđivas, e puhro male soprelate amenđivas, e puhro male soprelate amenđivas. Mangeșel, dacă tardicav avriv, palis putergiu movuda, eromnivi și la vuta, jo mange vašo kaštoro, te šajtava meghela tatoro, tu bašavea šukares a mange kera. Sargenil mavri vašo kašt, jo man budelas premirovast, de našom pále androke, haljom dukalas man miroper, sokeravame pašťuvava, užarava saroper nadukala, pális vašavava, šukare samenge kera. Na pobisteren romale šunen peskero, jilo soptu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, amari hițalne luma, amenda se te vlehatuma, nigda šohana liam, te nigda šohana čođam, e puhro male soprelate amenđivas, na pobisteren romale šunen peskero, jilo sotu menge vakerel, vareka na polokore zlikeren, mă prepestero male načiven, amari hițalne luma, amenda se te vlehatuma, nigda šohana liam, te nigda šohana čuđam, e puhro male soprelate amenđivas, e puhro male soprelate amenđivas, e puhro male soprelate amenđivas. uštev, mangeše, plakatar dikav, avriv, palis puterjo movuda, eromni višinel lavuta, jo mange vašo kaštoro, tešaj tavav, meghela tatoro, tu bašavea, šukares, amenge kera. Sargenil mavri, vašo kašt, želman budelas, premirovast, de našom pále androke, haljom dukalas man miroper, sukiravame pašuvava, užarava saroperna dukala, palis vašavava, šukares samenge kera. Bisteren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquere Vare cana polo corez Likeren no trepeste Roma lena civen Amari Yitzale luma Amenda se te vlehatuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čođam E puvromale soprelate amengivas Na pobisteren romale shunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vareca na polo corez likeren Me prepeste romale na civen Amari Yitzale luma Amenda se te vlehatuma Nigda shohana liam, te nigda shohana čuđam E puvromale soprelate amengivas E puvromale soprelate amengivas E puvromale soprelate amengivas Mangeše, plakatar dikav, avriv, palis puterjo movuda, eromni višinel lavuta, jo mange vašo kaštoro, tešaj tavav, meghela tatoro, tu bašavea, šukares, amenge kera. Sargenil mavri, vašo kašt, želman budelas, premirovast, de našom pále androke, haljom dukalas man miroper, sukiravame pašuvava, užarava saroperna dukala, palis vašavava, šukares samenge kera. Bisteren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vareca na polo corez Likeren no trepeste Roma lena civen Amari Yitzale luma Amenda se te vlehatuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čođam E puvromale soprelate amengivas Na pobisteren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vareca na polo corez likeren Saraușef, Mangeșel, dacă tardicaf, Avriv, Palis putergium movuda, Erom nivici não lavuta, Jomange vașo caștoro, Deixai tava meghela tatoro, Tu bașavea șucares amenge era. Sargenil mavi vașo cașt, Joman budelas premirovast, de našom pále androke, Halium dukalas man miroper, Sukiravame pašuvava, Užarava saruperna dukala, Palis vašavava, Šukare samenge kera. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, Jilo sotu menge vakerel, Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, a Mari nicalni luma, amenda se tevle hatuma, nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam, e puhro male soprelate amen živas. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, Jilo sotu menge vakerel, Vareka na polokore zlikeren, mă prepesteru male načiven, a Mari nicalni luma, amenda se tevle hatuma, nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam, e puhro male soprelate amen živas, e puhro male soprelate amen živas, e puhro male soprelate amen živas. To Saraușef, Mangeșel, Dacă tardicaf, Avriv, Palis putergium movuda, Erom nivici não lavuta, Jomange vașo caștoro, Deixai tava meghela tatoro, Tu bașavea șucares amenge kera. Sargenil mavi vašo kašt, Joman budelas premirovast, de našom pále androke, Halium dukalas man miroper, Sukiravame pašuvava, Užarava saruperna dukala, Palis vašavava, Šukare samenge kera. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, Jilo sotu menge vakerel, Vareka na polokore zlikeren, no prepesteru male načiven, a Mari nicalni luma, amenda se tevle hatuma, nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam, e puhro male soprelate amen živas. Na pobisteren Roma ležunen peskero, Jilo sotu menge vakerel, Vareka na polokore zlikeren, mă prepesteru male načiven, a Mari nicalni luma, amenda se tevle hatuma, nikda šohana lijam, te nikda šohana čuđam, e puhro male soprelate amen živas, e puhro male soprelate amen živas, e puhro male mangisha, blakatardi kav avriv, palis puter jomovuda, eromni vicinem lavuta, jomange vasho kastoro, deixaitava meghela tatoro, tu bashavea shukares amenge gera. Sargenil mavri vasho kast, joman budelas premirovast, denashum pale androke, halium dukalas man miroper, sukirava me pashuvava. Ujarava saro perna do cala, palis baixava, chucares samangue queira. Na pobisteren Roma lejunen pesquero, yilo soptu menge vaquere. Vareka na polo cores likeren, no prepesteru male na chiven, amari yitzale luma, amenda. Devlehatuma, nigda shohana liam, then nigda shohana jujam. E puro male sopra latte amengivas. Na povisteren Roma leshunen pesquero, yilo sotu menge vaquerel. Vareka na polo cores likeren, me prepesteru male na chiven. Amari yitzale luma, amendas devlehatuma, nigda shohana liam, nigda shohana jujam. E puro male sopra latte amengivas. E puro male sopra latte amengivas. Sopra te amengiva. To sara ushaf mangisha, blakatardi kav avriv. Palis puter jomovuda, eromni vicinem lavuta, jomange vasho kastoro, deixaitava meghela tatoro, tu bashavea shukares amenge gera. Sargenil mavri vasho kast, joman budelas premirovast, denashum pale androke, halium dukalas man miroper, sukirava me pashuvava, ujarava saro perna do cala, palis baixava, chucares samangue queira. Na pobisteren Roma lejunen pesquero, yilo soptu menge vaquerel. Vareka na polo cores likeren, no prepesteru male na chiven, amari yitzale luma, amendas devlehatuma, nigda shohana liam, then nigda shohana jujam. E puro male sopra latte amengivas. Povisteren Roma leshunen pesquero, yilo sotu menge vaquerel. Vareka na polo cores likeren, me prepesteru male na chiven, amari yitzale luma, amenda.
Welcome back to the LGBT Roma in Europe Pathways to Visibility International Conference. First of all, can I thank David Tisha and team at Ara Art for welcoming myself and my honoured guest here today, and of course, myself from the European Roma Institute for Art and Culture. When I speak about Roma, Romanian traveller communities are the most disadvantaged and least engaged with a minority ethnic group in the complex ethnic and cultural mosaic of modern European identities, as they occupy a space at the intersection of race bias, class conflict, ethnic discrimination, cultural appropriation, marginalization, and social exclusion that is unique among minority ethnic groups. The intersection of anti-Gypsyism and the discrimination experienced by LGBTQ+ Roma, Sinti, and Traveller people profoundly compounds their experience of marginalization, exclusion to a degree that can only be understood by other Black, Asian, and minority ethnic LGBT communities. I'm going to give you a quick running order of today's proceedings. We do have a slight change to the running order. We have my colleague, we have Johnny, Josie, Robert, and Sandra presenting today. They will then come back. I have a couple of questions individually for my colleagues. Then we have a debate about the heart of today's talk. And I'm going to open the floor up to the audience to ask questions to the panel members today. So first of all, can I welcome Johnny?
Hi. Soll ich mich vorstellen?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Johnny Jovanovic. I'm 44 years old and I'm living in Germany, and I'm activist, performer, and author. And we have created the new NGO of Sinti and Roma and queer people in Germany with my colleague Andrita Jakupi and another one colleague. The name is for her is Roxana Lorraine Witt. The name of this NGO is Safe Space. And we are fighting for anti-Gypsyism, and we want to bring our experience and our perspective more in the middle of the discourse of Roma people, because it's very important for us to see the people in a different corner, not in this stereotypical corner that we know about queer people. This is very important for our work, and I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Johnny. Can I welcome Josie? Josie.
Yes, I would like to welcome everybody in front of the screens. My name is Joci Marton. I'm a Roma LGBTQ activist from Hungary. And today I'm going to talk about a photo exhibition, what I organized. This is a Roma LGBTQ intersectional community exhibition, but I'm not going to give you a kind of introduction about the project. I would like to talk about how was the reception of this exhibition in Hungary. So slightly, you're gonna get more about how intersectionalism as a framework is perceived in a Hungarian society.
Thank you. And we have our colleague Robert joining us.
Thank you for having me. So I'm Robert, an artist, activist, researcher, and living and working currently in Vienna. And I will represent my recent project, Error. Yeah.
Thank you, Robert. And Sandra.
Hello, I'm Sandra Selimovic. I am a performer, an artist. I'm singing, rapping, directing. And I'm born in Serbia and I live in Vienna. I have my own theater company, Romano Svato, with my sister Simonida Selimovic. And today I will talk about my work and the intersection of media, art, sexuality, and gender.
Thank you, Sandra. This panel will consider how the intersection of ethnicity, sexuality, and gender, and the experience of LGBT plus Roma, Sinti, and travelers are reflected in visual arts, including social, engaged, and activism. So I welcome a presentation from my brother, Johnny.
Yes. So I have a little bit helping because my English is good, but sometimes I miss some words, and that's the reason why Andrita here, she helped me a little bit of translate. So I want to show you one of the presentation of intersectionality. Well, this topic was a very big thing right now in this conference because this is the perspective of both us. Intersectionality among Sinti and Roma means how do minorities experience multiple discrimination? What is the real life of persons that have more discrimination about like cis people, you know? You can be trans, you can be Roma, you can be non-binary, and you have more, you have more situation for discriminations, yeah? And you can, to the second part of the presentation, you can change it. Is it possible? Ich habe keine
App, haben sie dir das nicht geschrieben?
Haben sie mir
Maybe
nicht
it's working
gegeben.
with mine.
I hope it's
yes.
perfect. Thank you so much,
It's
Jossi.
yours.
So, intersectionality and multiple discrimination particularly affects Sinti and Roma. That means you can think about it that Roma people, it's not important they are queer or not queer, have every time intersexual discrimination. So when we go a little bit deeper, what means intersexual discrimination? Intersectional discrimination, that means you have in your body, in your experience, many situations for racism, for sexism, for if you gentrification, religion is one of the things of intersection. Are you trans? Are you not trans? Are you gay? Are you lesbian? Are you a woman? Are you not a woman? And how many you have your family? What for education you have? You have some of ableism. That is the point of this circle from intersectional discrimination. Roma and Sinti was in the past and now every time discriminated and verfolgt, sagt man wie? Persecuted. We have this discrimination about in our community, like with people that are trans, like the people that are gay, like the people that are too dark. I know this colorism thing we have also in our minorities, especially I think when you see in the binary heteronormative community of Roma people, especially there is the woman the most discriminated persons. When you, hat man das verstanden?
Ja.
Yeah? That's the next one. Stereotypes and prejudice. So when I think in my journey, in my history, for the first step that I breathe, my family have discrimination and racism, especially in Germany, because I grew up and born in Germany, and we know Germany with the history of genocide to Sinti and Roma. And we coming 1977 to Germany, and the first one, what the country that the city had do, he makes a very big party for us because we was the first Roma people that comes nach dem Holocaust. After the Holocaust, we was the first family in this city in Germany. 6 months later, our house is burning about Nazis. Nazis coming in our house and put it Molotov cocktails. And we have a very big drama, and ich war verletzt.
You were hurt.
I was
injured.
I was very most injured, and I was in this time 3, 4, 5 months, years like this. So lang ungefähr ging das. The most people, they are not Roma, thinking about that our group, our community, especially with crime, poverty, low addiction, economic flight. Some people think about we are completely ableism. Lots of people think we are not correctly in our minds. and not correctly in our bodies because we have not, we say in Germany, resilience, you know, this resilient, because you have Widerstand is, the people say we don't have resistance in our genes, because while we are so have much in the past violence and Gewalt, violence, genau. Some people thinking that Roma people makes business with children. This is our big problem. That some people think we are completely homeless. It's also wrong. It's not right. And it's a stigmata. Thank you. And this is the negative form of racism. So we have the another part. This is the positive thing of racism. The positive racism is like romantic. We are open. We are nomad. We like fire. We like big skirts. We are a good dancer, good singer, good sex partner. You know, this is the part of positive racism. But I don't care. Racism is racism. I don't care. It's about positive is or negative. And what especially in anti-Ziganism is that the white people say they are, wie sagt man, tell the standards of
narrative. They hold the narrative.
They hold the narrative for how we can say be. Sorry, my German is better. So the next one. The consequence of stigma. Positive, I have said, positive and negative predictions and cliches have equally negative consequence for Sinti and Roma, especially in your identity. I have learned from my grandmother when I was, I think, 4 or 5 years. He said to me, Johnny, never say to Gadje that you are be a Roma. Say every time you come from Serbia or from Yugoslavia. And when I have said that, when I go to school, the people tells me, but you are too black, you are too brown for Serbian. Serbian is normally a white person's, you are not Serbian. So this was the mind fuck that I have every time in my brain. And I think it makes more physical problems when you go out and you don't have the chance to say where you came from. So, and when I say I'm Roma, the people thinking about it, I'm the city from Italy, you know, because the people don't have the education what means Roma and Sinti. That means many people knows us about this racist word, you know, I don't repeat again. And this is a very big problem for your psychical when you every time in your life, you must live with a lie. You know, that's a very big problem. So, and this is the problem. Then when you completely dich verleugnen musst.
Self-betrayal and self-betrayal.
Self-betrayal, genau. You become automatic problems with your brain. This is a very big problem. And the other one problem is that most people have Unterdrückung, oppression, and we lost our cultural identity because in some families say don't speak at home Romani. We lose our language. It's a very big problem. We lose our tradition. This is a very, very big problem, and this is only important for us because the violence and die Gefahr, the danger from outside coming to us, and we are completely offenbart. Wie sagt man offenbart?
We are uncovered. We are uncovering.
Yes, we are completely uncovering and like
revealing.
Exposed.
Exposed. Yes. The next one. Yeah, this is a screenshot from one of the big Zeitung paper of German, Bild-Zeitung. I don't know, ob ihr die kennt, ist eine Scheiß-Zeitung. Media coverage often Sinti and Roma plays a crucial role in the public perception of both ethnic groups. we are not a homogeneous group. We are completely heterogeneous. We have bridges, we have our language, we have like some experience about violence, about racism, about sexism, but the groups of Roma and Sinti and traveler people, the traditions, I think it's different. It's different than mine. I come from Serbia, and we have another traditions. We have another music and like this. But we have bridges, and this is their racism and the exclusion from minority. And in this paper say the 6 truths about Roma. Also die 6 Wahrheiten. Ne?
6 truths.
Yeah.
The 6 truths about Roma. And when I write this, I said, what for 6 truths of Roma? We have, this is not from Roma, that's for white people singing. And you can see that every time when you see Roma and Sinti people, it's every time in stereotypical pictures. Children, dirtiness, criminal, not like people we are, they're completely normally, but the other ones needs the antagonism to be the better than us and manipulated. This one, Die Weltwoche, is a big paper from Switzerland, and Der Spiegel, it's like the Mirror in America, it's the Mirror in Germany, and use the Z word. And often we have a visibility like we are good music, dancer, all this shit. You know, you see that. And this is the picture that the people, especially in Germany, need that to see, to say, this is the other ones. We are for us, and this is the other ones. And that's especially for anti-Ziganism in Germany, a symbol for that. We need eine Projektion, a projection to down, not to up, to down. And they can make die können es machen, wie sie es wollen. They make it what?
They can do what they want.
Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you, girls. The next one. Nope. Genau. Meaningful public relation work. I think it's very important that there are Roma and Sinti, and they are especially queer, to get more in the minority, to go more in the middle, to go more in the administration of companies, institution, because it's very important that our perspective being there. Especially in media, we have in Germany, I'm the only one male, gay. There are public, open to say, yeah, I'm Roma and I'm gay. And this is a very big problem because I am not the only one. And my perspective and my real life is not the only one's Beispiel? Example for Roma people. This is only just my life. And what's for me very important is that our brothers and sisters go in more in the public in Germany and say we have also a perspective. Johnny is not the one unicorn of Roma people in Germany, because we have, I don't know, 20 million people in Europe and more. That is very important when you make public work about Roma, that you don't use these stereotype pictures, sondern make open pictures. Wie?
Transparent representation.
Transparent representation. Thank you, Drida. So, but we have good news moving towards modernity, because I know many Roma and Sinti persons, they are not in this stereotype life. like Sandra. You can see that this is of Roma Armee Fraktion, Roma Armee. Oh my God, that's so nice. And she's one of the Hauptact, wie sagt man Hauptact auf Deutsch? Main act, character. Main character. And we have these people. We have gorgeous actors, we have politicians, we have doctors, we have medical persons, we have in all job groups, we have our people, but the people don't say they are Roma and Sinti, because you cannot see in my face that I'm a Roma, that I'm not a Roma. This is not a visibility, yeah? I think it's very important that we are learned to go with our groups with respect and with love. When we can do that, we can try to speak about Gadje, about non-Roma and non-Sinti, to hear us and to listen us, what we have for expertise, and we must work together. When you are a white NGO and you have lots of money, I tell you something, give me the money for my brothers and my sisters. We have brain, we have everything, and we can work. Please don't come in my project and say me what I want to do for the white people, because the white people don't interest me. Me interests me, my sisters and brothers, they're growing up, and this is when you make a good allyship, spend money, give money, and the rest we can do self. I think it's very important that we go with positive pictures in the public. And today, this Congress with all these people is a positive. It's positive. It's good. It's future. It's present. It's not the past. We are the present and the future. We are the legacy of our brothers and sisters that fight in the history for us. And for me, it's very important to celebrate that, to celebrate every day my queerness, my identity, my language, my everything, what I know of my parents and of my culture, because this is my love. For me, it's very important to say everyone that I'm Roma. And I know the problem sometimes, because many people, when they heard that I'm Roma, go a little bit to the distance, but I don't care, because I'm self-made and I'm right now their man that I want to be. So, I'm gleich fertig. So we have this one. We have made 2015 the first one in Pride, a parade in Cologne. We was there and we are winning the first place. Okay, and we have started with lots of workshops, demonstrations, art, music, with Rita, with Roxy, another one. What? Protests, genau. And I'm often in TV. I have write a book. Sagt man das so? Write a book?
Yeah.
I write a book. It's very good. Nice cover. And yes, I hope that we go forward in the future, in the present, and I hope that we see more about our queer Roma and Sinti people. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. Can I now welcome my next guest, Josie? Do you want to say, Martin? Do you want to say a few things?
Yes. Thank you. It was really motivational. And I have to tell you that I'm going to be a little bit opposite, because I'm going to talk about a little bit the dark side of it. So the first picture. Yes. So as I mentioned before, I was organizing a photo exhibition focusing on intersectionalism, Roma LGBTQ group. And representation matters. So many times we listen this sentence and we know that it really matters, but it's really hard to explain to those people, actually the great majority of the people who see themselves in magazines, who see themselves in the TV, and they have like a really wide spectrum of multi-faced pictures. And it's really difficult to understand to them that why represent these matters when we don't see ourselves back in public spaces. And also difficult to explain to these people that why one side portrayal, it's really harmful for a minority or an oppressed group, because I'm sure that you were in a conversation when people are telling you that what's the problem with this, that a Roma woman is playing a character which is like a negative. It's just a character, no? So it's really easy to say when you have, as a white person, all kinds of characters, bad, wrong, the people who can sympathize with you, even enemies or something like that. So you have a really wide spectrum. So that's why I'm saying that representation matters, because we need to see ourselves also in public spaces. And that was the thing that it engaged me to focus on visual self-representation, because I feel the lack. If I have to say with two attributes what I would say about the Roma representation, especially the visual representation in Hungary, I would say is extremely poor. And even this poor, what we have, it's really harmful. And if I'm going even deeper down about my representation as a Roma LGBTQ person, I would say that is downright pitiful. The common experience of LGBTQ people like me, Roma LGBTQ people, that we see ourselves on TV, that was only one thing. It's a kind of like a daily talk show, kind of like this American Jerry Springer show, when they invited transgender Roma people and they were humiliating them in front of the camera that all the country could see it. So that is what we are coming from. So that is the point where we started to think about our visual representation. And what does it mean owning the game to you? I asked the question because I didn't know that I cannot ask you, but I will answer it for you. So in my interpretation, owning the game, it means that we have in our hands, that we control it, we own it. And owning it means that we are using these narratives in order to our interest. And that is the basic things. Well, that is the most principal, most important things. And later I will explain you why I'm thinking that it's really crucial. So representation, self-representation, it's obvious. Everybody knows what is the difference between these two things, but so many times I feel that people, even intellectuals on the left side, or even liberal intellectuals, have failed to understand. I'm not saying that representation is always bad and it's always harmful. I'm just saying that there is a risk that it's going to be. So self-representation cannot serve to satisfy the majority people. It cannot serve that we are serving their interest, that they can have like a closer look to us, and their desire to see something when they don't have an access. And so many times that's what they are waiting from us, that we are showing something exotic to them, we are showing something what is hidden outside of our community. And self-representation is not about challenging the stereotypes. And that's what I feel really crucial to emphasize, because so many times when I was talking about my project at the beginning to people, they were coming up, Yotsi, that's so great. Finally, you can challenge so many stereotypes about Roma people. And I would say, no, it's not about that. Because every time, if I'm thinking what you are thinking about me, you are going to be in the center. And finally, we would like to be in the center, and we don't want to see ourselves through your eyes. And self-representation can be surprisingly unreal for the viewers. And why is that? It's that because I experience in Hungary that they are not ready for self-representation because they still want to see their conception about us. They are still waiting for that we are going to reinforce or make it stronger what they were already taught about us. And that is what is not going to happen if we are going to be in control of our narrative. And why is it important, or why I'm thinking that it's worth to talk about it? Because one critic what I received of the exhibition, that they would say that it's just beautiful, it looks unreal. And that tells a lot, because people are not able to put us together with a meaning beautiful. So, because they got used to it, that they are seeing all the time pictures that we are suffering on it, or we are in a poverty. So that's what in this exhibition I wanted to avoid, that the backgrounds are kind of neutral. So the background is not telling much or not telling actually anything. So I was talking about like what is self-representation and what is not, but I would like to come back a little bit to this, because we need to talk about also the victim position, because this is also really often happening, that they want to see us as a victim. And I'm not telling that we are not facing difficulties, because it would be a lie. And of course, if we wouldn't face difficulties, there would be not a movement. So it's something really logical. And I'm neither saying, that please don't tell your hard stories because it's not fitting to my strong Roma agenda. Who I am to tell you to not tell this. All the things what I would like to say to my people, to my Roma LGBTQ people, that when they are sharing what they are sharing this, what they happened with them in the past, they should share when it serves at least their interest. So if it's not serving the community interest, I would say at least their own interest. But unfortunately, that's not what I'm seeing. Because when the people are telling their stories like rejection of the family, or not finding apartment, or excluded, and all kinds of really heartbreaking stories, these stories are published, but after it's not happening anything, because when you are receiving as an outsider all these stories, you are not able to connect with them as equal. Only things what it can evoke, it's a pity. And with pity, we are not going so far, unfortunately, because the public discourse about Roma topic and also LGBTQ Roma topic, it's always about that we need to feel like solidarity, we need to feel pity for them. And I think it's time to change that, because we didn't go far from it. I will tell you that we have a Roma activist woman who was talking, Ágnes Daróci, who was talking in an interview about her past. She started to work when it was changing of the regime in the 90s, and even before. So it was really interesting, and that it came into my mind because she said, like, what are the main things that she's fighting for? And the interviewer were showing an old footage, what she said like 30 years ago, and it was exactly the same. And, it's not the fault of her, because she is great and she's doing a great job. The things that the people, they don't listen what we want. And it's really easy, to say that, oh, I'm really sorry about you, I feel bad about you, but that's not what we want. What we want is, for example, representation. If we are in this topic, don't exclude us, call us, because if I'm talking about these kind of things, I'm labeled in Hungary as a radical. There is no newspaper who is not writing next to my name, Józsi Márton, the radical Roma activist. And I will tell you how easy to be radical in Hungary, because when I received first time this label as a radical, it happened that there were conferences about Roma topics. And the organizer, it's a historical, iconic foundation who are working for the Roma integration. And there were we are sitting now, 5 people, and nobody was Roma. And they were talking about Roma topic and a Roma NGO, of course, led by white people. And I only said that it's not acceptable because we have, as Johnny also said, we have clever people, we have professional people, especially in this field, who could be invited. So that's why I'm radical.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. Okay, so in my last minute, I just would like to send some kind of messages, to my people, to how to think when they are listening that what we are asking is too much, or it's like, oh, it's just identity politics, what are coming from the USA. We need to tell them that it's not something that is coming from the USA. Here in Central Eastern Europe, where I'm coming from, it's still a problem that we are not represented. And when white intellectual people are talking about this, a political changes which occurring now in the United States or in other Western European countries, we need to say them that don't play that it's something distant, that we have nothing to do with it, because our country is not just completely white, our country is not completely cisgender, so we have also so many things to do in order to have a real representation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've got 10 minutes now for Brother Robert. Robert, over to you.
Great. Can you hear me now?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm wondering how can I scroll my papers by myself? I don't know. Can you just, yeah? Yes, but I would like to scroll by myself. I don't know how. Okay, anyway, I will just talk and maybe someone can do it for me.
If you can just give us a thumbs up when you want us to change, Robert, and then we'll change the next slide. Just give us a
Okay,
little nod.
okay.
Thank you.
I have my own order of the slides, but okay. And okay, I hear myself twice, so it's a little bit weird situation now. Okay, great. So I want to represent my ongoing project. I started last year in Slovakia, Roma corporeality and its non-binary spaces. I named my project Error. So, but in general, before I explain to you this project, I would like to say that the center of my work is the question of fluid identities, queerness, queer Roma body, and many other very different things. Maybe that's why I don't call myself a Roma artist. It's another issue. Maybe we can discuss it later. Okay. So I focus very much on post-colonial studies and the praxis of decolonizing European, East and Central European space involving Roma bodies in arts and artistic praxis. Dominant art institutions are completely white. They speak about decolonization without us. We are mostly never involved in these processes. My interest is simply to question that. As the biggest minority group completely systematically excluded from the societies, we have to make ourselves visible, fight for the self-determination and questioning power of dominant racist white space built without us, but often against us. On the other hand, there is a danger of tokenization Roma bodies, inviting us for a short period, discussing colonial history, but there are no strategies to really fight it. For example, developing a sustainable long-term strategies of resistance. I often discuss this terminology of resistance or resilience. That means the healing process, absorbing pain, vulnerability, searching for strategies for recovering. So last year I went on an artist residency in Košice, and I met people in online digital space. I call this project Error, and my biggest reference is, of course, Legacy Russell and her Glitch Manifest book and the chapter Error. She describes a queer non-binary bodies as a gap in the societies, speaking about gaps as a fundament or material to be used of changing narratives. Error is a potential, but we have to embrace it and working with given possibilities. And I see ourselves, queers in Slovakia, in this gap with strategies they are invisible, and so I met these people and in the digital applications, dating applications, and I was really shocked about the racism and sexism, violence and abuse used as normalized in these apps. But on the other hand, digital space is also a safe space where people can experience and change fluid identities or refuse them. So it's a very ambivalent space, and I was wondering how people, how these queer Roma people navigate this space. So we met. I have a queer community there. It's a small community, but also I met other people. Maybe we can switch to another page on this portfolio. Yes, maybe a next one, because this is coming in the end. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So we met, we negotiate, we try to linking each other to acknowledging strategies we are able to use in the situation we are. So we were mostly discussing Roma queerness, but also, the devil over us, and this is the poverty, because I met people living in the absolute poverty, excluded not only from the societies, but also from their own families. These people are living outside of the settlements, outside of the cities, of the urban space, and living in the tents, and mostly practicing sex work. So there were so many different aspects we were speaking about. We spoke about sexual abuse, physical and mental health, and the thing to be the experience to be excluded, being poor and systematically hurt by institutional structure or power, by racistic systems we are living in. Hopefully I don't need to explain how Slovakia is treating these people. And we also all know that these people are invisible. This topic is a huge taboo in my country, and they are not allowed to enter the spaces. And maybe my intention, because I'm an artist, I'm not a psychologist or a politician or whatever, is to make this topic visible and pushing politics and authorities in my country to acknowledge this struggle, this issue. And maybe you can switch to another page. There are more artworks you can see, and maybe the next one, because then you see the installation. Yes. So this installation I made last year in Brno in Czech Republic, and this year in 1 week it will be exhibited in Slovakia, in East Slovakia, in Košice, where I actually met these people, because I think that this installation, this work belongs to the East Slovakia. I invite people, and we are organizing discussions and talks. And but there is one very important thing to say. Because I'm not, because I built a space which is exclusive in an inclusive institution, and this is very ambivalent, because institutions claim that they are inclusive, but they are not inclusive at all. They don't know what inclusion is, because inclusion happens in the structures of a dominant white institution, not with exhibiting and not with artists inviting as a guest without long-term projects. And so maybe this installation is speaking exactly about that. Who is allowed to enter such an institution, and how the space looked like. So maybe when you switch to another page, you see better the circle inside the installation. Can you please switch? Yes, and this is just a symbol, because I'm not able to translate this issue now in the institutional structural level, but maybe in the symbolical language. I built a space which is closed. The space is exclusive. Exclusive space for Roma queers. They have a lot to do in this space, and there are many structures and many levels of a work we have to do. I spoke a lot about, or we thought a lot about mental and physical health. Then about the concept of guilt and concept of traumas, how to deal with traumas. Being ashamed to be Roma, being queer, being excluded, and living in the gaps. And the symbol speaks also about the society, that they can walk around, but they are not allowed to enter the space, because the space is exclusive. And inclusive institution allowed me to build this exclusive space. So it was something like a game with the symbols. And yes, when you switch to another page, you see a text. I see the text with the red thing on these photos, and this sentence. I wrote the sentences. I wrote a few sentences of our dialogues, which are very like pronouncing their needs of these people, what they need, what they think about the society, how they build the strategies of surviving and asking for living, because actually it's very hard to say that, but these people are dying, but they don't want to die. I feel this resistance to not want, like, be asking for living, asking for being a part of the society as everybody else. So and also, I have to tell you that my situation was very specific, because I'm also from this kind of ghetto, but today I'm very privileged. So to enter this space allows me to see how these people fight racism, sexism, patriarchy in the institution, in the societies, and I was very impressed. And then when you go back to the third page, please, there is a manifesto. Yeah, no, one more.
Yeah.
Yes, I think. Yeah. Again, one more, please.
Yeah, and 1 minute, Robert.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is it, yeah. Yes. So we wrote a manifesto. I don't know if this word manifesto is not too strong for it, but maybe we collected our thoughts, we collected wishes and demands toward the societies. And so maybe I claim that this is one of the first written things loud voices in our country, because we don't have it. Like these people are not allowed to speak, and for me it was very important to give the voice to them. Yes, and behind all these projects, because I also ask myself, when I work with this heavy topic, what I give these people back. They have they should be something which is sustainable for the future future projects. And we had a vision. To build a center, a mobile center, which is approaching people living outside of the societies, not forcing these people to drive towards these centers. You know, we have few LGBTQ centers in Slovakia, I think 2 or 3 centers, but they are very far for these people. And then we negotiate what should.
Thank you very much. We're just going to move on, because there's so much we have to get through. But thank you so much.
Okay.
It's been an absolute privilege listening to all the panelists so far.
Great.
Can I welcome my sister Sandra? Over to you, Sandra.
Hello. Yeah. So I'm Sandra. I'm an artist since I'm 12. My first role was a Roma girl from Romania. The Roma family that we portrayed in the film was beyond cliché. Long skirts, caravan, and horses. And of course, we danced almost all the time in the movie. I had to learn Romanian for my role, because the director and writer, they had no idea that we speak actually the Romani language. I didn't realize that at that time. It wasn't until many years later that I realized how limited and ignorant the film people were. I had to navigate many years between different worlds, Gaje, Roma, BPOC, migrants, refugees, to understand that our stories are always used by white dramaturgs, anthropologists, or researchers to build their careers on us. For me, it was a normality to live in their worlds and think that they created. I live in Vienna since I'm 5, but I was born in Serbia, in a very traditional family with strict rules. My life experiences helped me to build my career, my Roma family, the Gaja world, the queer spaces that I started to hang out when I was 20. I realized by the age of 14 that I was more attracted to girls. So I had to run away from home and lived for 2 years in the street. Dealing with my own sexuality, art, and family was not easy at that time. I got my first professional engagement at the theater in the age of 21. In the beginning, I played a lot in independent theaters in Austria. Mostly it was modern plays, rarely classical plays, since my appearance was rather untypical for that time. Most young actresses were white, blonde, with long hair. I cut my long hair short when I was in my early 20s. Meeting directors who firstly have staged many interesting socio-critical plays and secondly consider my talent and looks to be a strength. I soon became known in the independent Viennese theater scene, and I was able to make a living from acting right from the start. My roles were very different. On one hand, I played roles in which my ethnic origin played no role at all. On the other hand, I was specifically cast for this reason. I was less fortunate in film. Mostly I was sent to auditions where they needed a prostitute, a beggar, or a maid, or a thief. In 2005, I was asked by a director if I was crazy enough to play in the female lead in a play she wanted to set in a real prison with youth male delinquents. It sounded interesting, so we rehearsed with the boys for half a year. 99% of them were, of course, migrants. Since it was a challenge, I supported the director with acting, coaching for the director. So that was the first time I discovered my talent and fun for directing. 3 years later, we were asked to do the same work plus documentary in the only women's prison. The film Gangsta Girls was played at the film festival Biennale. There, too, There were mainly a striking number of women with a migration background and Roma behind bars. One of my biggest interests in my career was working with marginalized groups. I have worked with refugees, women, addicted adults, and young people, people with disabilities, people with mental illness, and young people with a migration background. My favorite group were teenagers with migration background. I could relate to them when I was in their age, very talented and energetic, but no one to encourage them, no privileges and difficult circumstances at home. Of course, there were also many Roma among the students who were very talented. Most lacked self-confidence when confronted with the Gaja world. One of my greatest success was when we won the prize for the best play in the largest theater competition for youth groups at the State Theater. That was my first major directing job back then. Working more and more with underprivileged youngsters and women with different background made me understand how important it is to tell these stories, to be part of those who design it, as my perspective was more closer to their realities. In 2006, I took part in a play for the third time to play a Romni, with the difference that almost all the actors inside were Roma and one character was a lesbian. It was written in 3 languages. The 2 authors were, however, Gaja as well as the director. Although in this production our topics were treated very politically and respectfully, I was starting to think critically of my position. The Gaja, my queerness, the body and sexuality of Romnia were old traditions such as blood weddings and patriarchal structures dominate. The Gaja often took up a lot of visibility and space as soon as the production became successful. And Gaja can only talk about Roma from their own point of view. Also, when it came to lesbians' visibility, the stories in movies were so conservative, shy, without showing bodies, lesbian sex, and the reality of all, made by men for men, especially in the porn industry. It made me very angry, so I decided to show my perspective over this. So in 2006, I wrote and directed and played in an art drama movie with 2 lesbians experiencing love, tensions, and drama through sexual rituals. It was projected in many queer film festivals in many cities in Europe, and the reaction were very positive as there were not so many productions made for women by women. From around 2010, a new trend began in the professional theater scene, which spilled over from Berlin to Vienna. Suddenly, migrant and post-migrant theater could be done. My foreign looks very in high demand. Before, I thought that me not fitting in white role was a disadvantage. My ethnic appearance was reducing me to certain roles, but my experiences made me realize that I can actually do the opposite, make use of my identities, and it's in fact a plus, and that I can create a new niche to contribute for more diversity and new narratives for roles. Roma, queer, BPOC people were making political theater more diverse. Thus, I was happy that finally we can gain more visibility. I decided that it was also time to start creating my own niche. That's why I founded Romano Svato with my sister, Simonida Selimovic, in 2011. The first feminist Roma theater association in Austria. In our first production, I played a Sinti boxer, based on a true story from the Holocaust. That was the first time when I wanted to break the gender norm and let the audience decide for themselves whether they see a man or a woman. I trained for the role for 1 year at the time and had 10 kilos more in muscles. Playing with gender norms became my new work. I shaved my hair or I let it grow. I played different characters just to challenge the image of femme, Roma, and queer. Since I signed and danced in competitions and theater stages from an early age, I decided to form a hip-hop band with my sister in 2013. This is how Minch Panta came to life, where we rap, sing multilingually, but mostly in Romani about our experiences of racism, sexism, capitalism, homophobia. We also wanted to show pride about our own language, culture, and encourage young people to be also more proud and not to hide their identities. Roma Army is for me the highlight of my work. Best known and most successful in 2017, which premiered at the Maxim Gorky State Theater in Berlin. It was the first play that had its premiere in a state theater by and with professional Roma actors from different countries. Roma Army was the first piece to reflect the true diversity of Roma. It related with my experiences as Roma, queer, and migrant. But it was a collective story. Since our ensemble was at least half queer, we realized that we absolutely had to let our sexual orientation, gender identity, and coming out flow into the piece. Our costumes were provocatively sexy, we glittered, we wore uniforms, heroes' interior costumes. We wanted to rebrand the image of the Roma, expand it, show pride, and still critically examine the Gadget and ourselves. We have been nominated for the Faust Prize with Roma Army, which is the highest prize in Europe in the theater world. After that, we played in all over Europe. It's strange that I still get very stereotypical roles where directors or writers believe that if they put a Roma, queer, or BPOC person in a play, they check the boxes of intersectionality. But that is not enough. Hiring people from these categories without creating content, stories about them, us, without having representation of different groups in terms of writing, directing, deciding, overcasting, and stories, it will be just about ticking the boxes of diversity. Diversity, sexual orientation, class, and ethnicity has become a big trend in the last 5 years. It's suddenly a sexy topic. Netflix and others have recognized that minority stories are a focal point and political awareness is needed for society to awaken and change. But the commercial purposes still need to be questioned. It is very important to be seen and recognized in all different worlds. First, I started acting and directing in the independent scene. Second, I started writing with my own stories with queer group or my own Roma theater company, Romano Svato, where we determine how we tell stories. Third, I made it to the state theater, where I was recognized that they could no longer do without various actors. But it's also not enough. One successful story, it's not enough to give examples and show that Roma queer can make it in an industry where still exists racism, sexism, and homophobia. Stories like mine hide a lot of struggles due to the stereotypicization and prejudice against Roma, color, skin, insecurity in playing in independent theater for so many years, lack of support from state theater, and too much elitism, white people design. Doing art, when you have a few opportunities and struggle with your ethnicity, queerness, and migrant status, was really not an easy task. Taking attitude as an artist against injustice comes with a big risk of being isolated from the artistic world. Therefore, it took a lot of years for me to build this system to support my work, to build alliances, to create my own narrative by directing a lesbian story, by working with different underprivileged youngsters or women, or with my own company, Romano Svato, to benefit from other Roma artistic work, All this defined my career and developed my critical point of view about art. I think when you do political art, you need to have a system built already to express your views. I didn't have that 20 years ago. Still today, it's not enough, but political art now is creating movements everywhere in the world. It's intersecting with activism to break new boundaries. Roma Army was in this way a breaking point in talking in art about intersectional issues of Roma, such as poverty, migration, Roma queer, sexism, etc. It was also my coming out on stage as a lesbian. As a result, I started to receive roles as a lesbian, such as in Burgtheater Vienna, which is the national theater, which is the largest and most important spoken theater in Europe. We need more of this kind of work to educate Gaje, societies, LGBT and movements. And we need to break through our own Roma communities with LGBT stories that always existed and were invisible. Art is automatically political for me. Otherwise, it would be just stories for entertainment, where you do not have to be empathic with characters. They don't have to think of any injustice or underprivileged position. And I would like to show just in the end our trailer, Roma Army, please. As we will also play it next week on the 3rd in Gorky.
Die Roma-Revolution ist der Kampf der Nicht-Weißen dieser Erde gegen ihre Unterdrücker. Wie kannst du nicht gewalttätig sein, wenn deine eigenen Leute versklavt, ermordet und sterilisiert wurden und immer noch in Brand gesteckt, deportiert, erniedrigt, unterdrückt und diskriminiert werden? Ich wünsche mir, dass wir so gesehen werden, wie wir wirklich sind und nicht wie die Gaja uns darstellen. Ich wünsche mir, dass wir endlich hinter unserer eigenen Identität stehen. Ich wünsche mir, dass wir für uns selbst sprechen und unsere eigene Politik machen.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. I've got some quick fire round questions for my panel members. So please only take no more than 1 minute because I need to move on to the next person. So in 1 minute, if we can answer 3 questions in 1 minute, let's give it a go, shall we? Okay. How far has LGBTQ, Roma, Sinti and Traveller rights come? How much further do they need to go to achieve equality? What are the strategies and action points needed to achieve equality? Who would like to go first?
Ich habe die Frage nicht verstanden.
It was sehr schnell.
Das war sehr schnell.
It was very
Ganz
fast.
schnell, was hat er gesagt? Welche Strategie wir haben da draußen? Okay, also ich bleib dabei. I say only the strategy. Be visible. This is the first strategy to stay to your culture. Speak your language if you can. When you can speak the language, please try to learn this language. It's very important. This is the first strategy. The other one strategy is education. We must go more education for us because we have so much struggles to become educations in the big majority. This is very important that we must more to try to go in good schools and in good university to grow up.
Thank you, Johnny. So again, my other 3 panel members. So how far has LGBTQ, Roma and Sinti traveller rights come? How far do they need to go to achieve equality? And what are the potential strategies or action plans needed to achieve equality? Robert, would you like to respond?
Yes, my answer is similar to Giovanni's answer, but yes, we need education is the first and most important part, in my opinion, and also we need to use resources for making this work. And we don't have so much resources, so the government and the systems we are living in have to give it to us.
Thank you.
It's a restitutional aspect here.
Thank you, Robert. Sandra?
I think we have also to be inclusive. We need allies, as also Robert said, because we can't do it alone, but we also need allies from outside and also more solidarity within our community, and not just to criticize ourselves or just like me first. I think if we don't have our community where we feel strength, we cannot do it alone. So
Yes.
we really need to do a common work and to spread our work and to share it, really to wie sagt man, uns gegenseitig zu unterstützen.
To support each other.
To support each other.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't think that one person can do it alone.
Thank you.
It's really difficult to answer because, what does it mean under equality? I guess like how we could be more successful or more visible or more powerful also on a political scale. But as you mentioned, the education is really important. But I would like to emphasize that I'm not sure that the formal education is the most important or key. Of course, if we are talking about as an individual, of course, the formal education is really important. But what we miss as education, it's a kind of educate the people about to be active, about activism, because that's what I see in Middle Eastern Europe, that what we miss as Roma people. If I compare, for example, in the United States, different minorities, especially Black Americans, that it doesn't matter. You don't need to be a doctor. You don't need to be a philosopher to know your rights. And I think that's what we miss as an education, that everyday people, worker class, Roma LGBTQ people, they also know what's their rights and what they should fight for. And they know it, actually. They don't need to know because they know what they are missing, but we need to encourage them. Because in my project, just one sentence, I'm going to finish, I was trying to involve Roma LGBTQ people who were not coming from the activist world, to have a first experience. So the 70-80% of the people were coming from a working class, they were coming from the countryside, not from these educated people. And I see the result because just 3 days ago, one of these guy who was participating and one of the girl also, they are going also to mainstream LGBTQ project. So it started. Yeah.
One thing, one really very quick. When we are learned to save our minorities in our communities, we have a big plus. We must save our queer people, we must save our children, the old people, and the women. This is and the trans people. This is very important. When we have understand to put these people up, to highlight these people, then we can give a good sign for the rest of us. And we need more spaces, rooms, safe spaces for thinking, for politics, and to come together, and for healing,
And I feel when civil society invest in the hardest to reach communities, if we can lift those up, then society as a whole will benefit, and we'll get this Roma utopia.
Yes.
So thank you, and well done. You all did it in 5 minutes. Fantastic. Okay, I've got a debate that I want to throw to the actual panel. So we'll have between about 10 minutes roughly. So I want you to discuss between yourselves as the pursuit for LGBT, Roma, Sinti, and travelers' rights and recognition become detached from the wider advocacy of the Roma rights in general, to the extent that it is a separate issue? If it has, is this a positive or negative development? Who would like to go first?
If it's positive, because the Roma rights for Roma or Roma LGBT are different, right? If it's a negative, we have to know which kind of Roma rights. I think in general we need more Roma rights for LGBT because LGBT Roma are still too invisible, and I think it's a negative way because we need to be also put in the mainstream and to highlight them, because always if we if we just talk about Roma, it's always kind of this more conservative way of heteronormative people and mostly about poverty, but we are always excluded. If people talk in general about Roma issues in politics, we are always excluded. So I think we need our own lobby kind of to grow. I don't know.
Definitely, yes.
Definitely, yeah.
Robert, would you like to add anything to? So again, the actual question is, as the pursuit for LGBT, Roma, Sinti and traveller rights, fantastic. Over to you, Robert.
Yes. And this is very specific because when I think of Slovakian LGBTQ Roma community I met for this project, they are living in absolute poverty. So the answer is completely different because what they need is, again, because this is not a question towards us, but towards the government, following the rules and the standards of people living in this country, that everybody has to have resources to having water system, having this and this and this. So until these people are not getting into these standards, they cannot change mostly anything. So I don't know if this question is more addressed to people they are oppressing us.
Yes, exactly.
They have to answer this, not us, because I mean, you know.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to join in?
I would also add that in general, if we talk about Roma rights or Roma LGBT, what is always missing in both is the feminist perspective, because Roma women in general and lesbians are always everywhere missing. So always, also in this round, you can see that I'm here the only lesbian. And we need more in general to encourage and to reach out to and to was heißt Vernetzung? Yeah, connecting and networking to encourage for more visibility for Roma women, also like in general, whether they're straight or not. For example, that they are one of the most vulnerable groups in our society. And then it's like adding in this intersection of being a Roma woman and a lesbian, it's in general something that we really need more to develop and to encourage this group or my group to be more visible, to have more confidence, also to come out, and in general also to invite them in future more, like in next conferences and wherever we can, to put them in the front, because it's in whatever minority we are going or talking, if it's BPOC or wherever, you always have first men, cis men, who are first talking, and women always lacking behind, not visible there. So we have first always to speak about Roma women and feminism.
Sandra, what is the name of Romani for lesbian woman?
There is this from Vera Kurtic, she invented it, Giuliarche.
Giuliarche,
yes.
Is this positive or negative? Or is that...
she's kind of appropriated this word for herself.
Giuliarche?
Yeah.
Giuliarche.
It's and you can agree or not agree. I mean, Roma lesbians can agree to this word or not.
And for gay Roma is busaranto? No, it's not. It's a bad word, Roma.
I never heard about that.
We say, and my dialect, we say busaranto, but busaranto, I think, is a bad word. I'm not sure.
I think it's bad because it's really
It's bad,
similar
yeah.
to Hungarian, yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad.
Thank you.
Can I add one thing? What is
Please,
important?
please, please.
Just to mention,
of course.
I can just agree with everything what they said. Important thing is to find more equality in our rights, is to produce and to create more calling ins than calling outs. We know the most vulnerable groups are the female, the queer female in the minority, the minorities in the minority, but we never have been a minority. We are majority for us. We are full of resources and resiliences. For the majority, we are a minority. And we start with the language. If we teach, each one teach one. If we teach the youth that we are a majority for our own culture, we create a safer space. We create a more healing space for each other. And we don't need to affect each other with discrimination, with racism, and it's important that we teach each other that we can be vulnerable without calling someone out. Some people who are not ready to be visible can be queer and invisible, and this is something that we need to do this work to create trauma-free places, because we all have been traumatized in this space, and this is something that needs to be reached in a more equal way. This is what I want to add.
Thank you. And I echo what you say, Sandra. I remember when you guys were coming together for the Queer Roma movement, I was actually invited to attend because I am the charity director of the Romani Cultural Arts Company, which is a charity in the UK. But I felt as if there was too many men presenting. So I have a wonderful community champion. That's we call them community champions, but they are volunteers for the charity. And we had a wonderful Christine Virginia Lee, and Christine is a powerhouse and such a heart of gold. And
Chris Lee.
Yeah, Chris Lee.
I love her. She's gorgeous.
And just such a beautiful heart and so well knowledgeable, you know. And for her, I just wanted her to have that opportunity, because I think, well, I could go, but no, it didn't sit easy with me. You know, I'm happy. I'm always happy to put a woman in the driving seat every opportunity I get. And you know, Chris attended, and she found it extremely emotional because she was, it was a Romani identity, but also her sexuality. And for her to be around other lesbian Roma women, she found it very emotional. And I know she got a lot out of that. And when she came back to us, we benefited as a charity because our members are benefiting. And you know, I echo what you say, absolutely every chance I get, Sandra. So thank you for that. I do have one last question. We don't seem to have any from the actual floor at this moment, because the initial topic for today, so the actual topic for our workshop is, let me get that there. Obviously, this panel will consider how the intersection of ethnicity, sexuality, and gender, and the experiences of LGBT plus Roma, Sinti, and travellers are reflected in visual arts, including social engagement. In the last 2 minutes-ish, come on, we can do it. Are there any grey areas and or points of complexity that you noticed when thinking about the topic? And I know you've covered some of that because you've looked at some of the invisibility within the actual movement. So are there any other grey areas or points of complexity that you noticed when thinking about the topic? That's one question.
Which kind of topic now? Like general Roma, LGBT, or art, or?
I wanted to give you guys flexibility, so you can, like, if you wanted to move left or right, however you felt you wanted to answer that question.
I think like a gray area is for me. I mean, gray is this thing like talking about allies also in groups. It's this thing like we cannot do it without them out. Like, let's say the Gaja world, white people. But for me, the gray area is like, when is it just kind of a support that we, of course, need, but on the other side, like how much space they take when they're part of a project or whatever, or like in a discussion. And also, like, I'm wondering that in this kind of that a lot of allies, white allies, are in this trap of a white savior and white supremacy, yes, and think that they are doing actually a good thing, talking about us, doing articles about us, interviews, but in the end, being themselves always in the center, taking visibility, taking the space over. And it's and this is for me like a gray zone, like as we like it or not. But for me, I demand that all these white allies, which are also great, but also to question themselves, when is it time that I'm like supporting, in which way to support, and when is it time to step back and to let somebody else talk, instead of always talking white people about us and for us, and and to have also was heißt nicht Demut,
humbled.
Yeah, and also to have this to be more modest in this way, to say, okay, I like to fight for Roma? For Roma, or in general for minorities, but also to have this like modesty or this ego to really to question their own ego, why they're doing it, just to show that they're good people, to have more visibility or success or finish their PhD or whatever, or you know, exactly, an introspection, or are there really like or are they really altruists and really just want to support? So this is my gray zone in our work and our activism.
Well, I gave you guys a challenge today, and believe me, did you guys meet it? And I'm not joking. It has been an absolute privilege to talk to every single one of you. And I just want to take you all home with me, because there's just so much. And it has been a privilege, because I grew up on the Roma and traveller sites and in the UK. And I never thought for once in my wildest dream I'd ever be in a room where such people of my own community are just trailblazers. I'm so emotional. I've come to pieces. And before I go, can I please just say thank you to David Tisha and Arak Art and team for putting on a wonderful international conference. It's been absolutely a privilege. Thank you, Ara Art. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Robert, I love your dress.
Thank you.
Super. Placa tardica, avril, pales por pé moda, era mnici nella vuta, jamangue baixo castor, pala maroque, balva na purde, amare puridai, ando a jos nas fali. Pala maroque, balvaina pude, amare puridai, ando a Dios nas vali. Mamu mamu mamuna, mamu mamu mamuna, mamu mamu mamuna, a pale. Mamu mamu mamuna, mamu mamu mamuna, mamu mamu mamuna, a pale. Parla marocain, balvaina purdel, amari puridai, ando a just nasvali. Parla marocain, balvaina purdel, amari puridai, ando a just nasvali. Babo 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 na, babo 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 na, babo 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 na, I've fallen. Babo 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 na, babo 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 na, babo 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 na, I've fallen. Znam čurečave romane, kidas love paše bariba. Znam čurečave romane, kidas love paše bariba. Niko na džane, sar oroma Jiven akanakes be amende megdiken Oy me churuso olove menashajo let tu chae miro iloro Johnny metod na cama Te ciumidał metod mușina Ciumidav tu diek varduvar petrin vareste Kai me tu hapale te jiva Ciumidav tu diek varduvar petrin vareste Kai me tu hapale te jiva Johnny metod na cama Te ciumidał metod mușina Ciumidav tu diek varduvar petrin vareste Kai me tu hapale te jiva Ciumidav tu diek varduvar petrin vareste Kai me tu hapale te jiva Ciumidav tu diek varduvar petrin vareste Kai me tu hapale te jiva Johnny metod na cama Te ciumidał metod mușina Ciumidav tu diek varduvar petrin vareste Kai me tu hapale te jiva Ciumidav tu diek varduvar petrin vareste Kai me tu hapale te jiva Kai me tu hapale te jiva Kai me tu hapale te jiva Lepší ani víc kytary nechtěl. Bauto te čaje, međava Miro ilo tuke, medava Šum čaje šum Mire lava šum Sotuke kama v tepene Shulman, so tu que kamav te pere, parto te chaye me javan, miro yelo tu que me dava, shun chaye shun. Mire la so tu que kamav te pene, chaye shuma, so tu que kamav te pene, so tu que kamav te pene, so tu que kamav te pene. So keva, so amende vlatava, joj devla, joj pale, so keva, so mange devla urava, urav karli cholov, pareže benca, na avava čučes avava lovenca. Urav karli cholov, pareže benca, na avava čučes avava lovenca. So kerava, so amende vlatava, avela joj pale, so kerava, so mange devla urava, urav karli cholov, pareže benca, na avava čučes avava lovenca. Urav karli cholov, pareže benca, na avava čučes avava lovenca, avava lovenca, avava lovenca. Na pequena mira rumjava šelitamo, na pequena mira rumjava šelitamo. Bomela hana jivava, bomela hana suvava, hey na tita tita na kamel malmirida. Bomela hana jivava, bomela hana suvava, hey la tita tita na kamel malmirida. Na pequena mira rumjava šelitamo. Na pequena mira rumjava šelitamo. Bomela hana jivava, bomela hana suvava, la dida dida na kamel malmirida, da 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 da. Bomela hana jivava, bomela hana suvava, la dida dida na kamel malmirida. Papa does the love this something to do. Papa do but that very to be papa but na pequena mira rumjava šelitamo. una pequeña mira romia vascelle tramo Bommela hana jivava Bommela hana sovava la didai na kamel mirida Bommela hana jivava Bommela hana sovava la didai na kamel mirida ela didai na kamel mirida ela didai na kamel mirida Sapes malikera skapes que jiva Sakopes que vasta podas divas ando barivan Rado di kavle chavoren rado di kavle dayan Koperlende bangas di kelole hana pijava Niko peste namarel Amareha praleha Savore samamare Savore samamare Probijava peske pale piras Nikda tu nalađa Osakarom sakoneske lačo sikav Je ke ta ne živa Živa Nikda tu naliđa Osam baloraj sakoneske slačo sikav Sikavo je sa lačoro 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 Čatu sikav Bo amen Jegame pinčas Bo amen je kitane živa Pesciocamive Pesciocamive Pescioro vive Sacco pingere Na salata Romagna chata Onda sacco pingere Pesciocamive Pescioro vive Sacco pingere Na salata Romagna chata Onda sacco pingere Sarme di caf I Mario Joj pe mandenadike Corcori joj acilja Oi loro mandigna Sarme di caf I Mario Joj pe mandenadike Corcori joj acilja Oi loro mandigna Pesciocamive Pescioro vive Sacco pingere Na salata Romagna chata Onda sacco pingere Pesciocamive Pescioro vive Sacco pingere Na salata România ceata Odassa convingere Sarme di cap ima ioi rovel Ioi pe mandena di che Corcori ioi acilia Oi loro mandigna Sarme di cap ima Ioi pe mandena di che Corcori ioi acilia Oi loro mandigna Sarandre mande mal miro Carlo Yelo Shu Oi na janyum soma Gekeja Shu Sarandre mande mal miro Carlo Yelo Shu Oi na janyum soma Gekeja Ando yakatu que pena Oi man sta pinja Ya de lo Paro mangue proilo Ando yakatu que pena Oi man sta pinja Ya de lo Paro mangue proilo Ju Sarande mande mal miro calonguilo Ju Oi na janyon soma gekeja Ju Sarande mande mal miro calonguilo Ju Oi na janyon soma gekeja Ando yakatu que pena Oi man sta pinjao Ya de lo Paro mangue proilo Ando yakatu que pena Oi man sta pinjao Ya de lo Paro mangue proilo Paro mangue proilo Paro mangue proilo Junto chageshun Junto man Deva kamaftud Afke mapale Sabe pauta temejaf Shunafti rashikalaf Oyen lo mandu kalav Hanashtik jivav Afkema Aftu kema tenesam Oh Sabe pauta temejaf Shunafti rashikalaf Oyen lo mandu kalav Hanashtik jivav Afkema Aftu kema tenesam Yeah, da 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 da. Junto chayeshunu, junto ma. Devla kamaftut, avke mapale Zame paut te mejav Shunavtira shukalaf Oyen lo mandukala Ava hanash tijiva Avke ma Avtu kema teresa Zame paut te mejav Shunavtira shukalaf Oyen lo mandukala Ava hanash tijiva Avke ma Avtu kema teresa thereis. Me mangable de bles, sky of the care, per savore. Me mangable de bles, sky of the care, per savore. Nane akana ora savore. Sardiken sarham pe sarukone me mangavle amare dades tov prelende vast me devest tut bararaf tov prelende vast me tu da cana bararaf tu salam arodel tu janesa a cana spide tu le brales cole benges kai pesambaren cole amare prala likerem pes romale ma ovo paesi sotto che ho restai ma ovo paesi sotto che ho restai ola dui besho rashai aveni che già namushin jam punch beste beshe ola dui besho rashai aveni che già namushin jam punch beste beshe ma robo paesi sotto che ho l'estai ma robo paesi sotto che ho l'estai ola dui besho aveli che già namushin jam punch beste beshe ola du beshe aveli che già namushin jam punch bez tebe się, tebe się, tebe się, tebe się. Não musím jumpar bez tebe się. Sargeniu mavri, vašo kažt, že man bude las premirovast, de našom pále androke, halňom dukalas man miropes, sukiravame pašuvava, užarava saroperna dukala, palis vašavava, šukare samenge kirava. Steren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vare cana polo cores likeren No trepeste Roma lena civen Amari Itzale luma Amenda Slete vleha tuma Nigda shohana liam Ten nigda shohana čožan E puro male sopra latte a mengivas Na povisteren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vare cana polo cores likeren Mă prepeste Roma lena civen Amari Itzale luma Amendas te vleha tuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čuđam E puro male sopra latte a mengivas E puro male sopra latte a mengivas E puro male sopra latte a mengivas Mangesha, Blakatardicav, Avriv, Palis puter, Jomovuda, Eromni Vichinel Lavuta, Jomange Vasho, Castoro, Deixaitava, Meghela Tatoro, Tu Bashavea, Shukares, Amange Kera, Sargenil Mavri, Vasho Cast. Že man bude las premirovast, de našom pále androke, halňom dukalas man miropes, sukiravame pašuvava, užarava saroperna dukala, palis vašavava, šukare samenge kirava. Steren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vare cana polo cores likeren No prepeste Roma lena civen Amari Itzale luma Amendas Slete vleha tuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čožan E puro male sopra latte a mengivas Na povisteren Roma leșunen pesquero Yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vare cana polo cores likeren Mă prepeste Roma lena civen Amari Itzale luma Amendas te vleha tuma Nigda shohana liam Te nigda shohana čuđam E puro male sopra latte a mengivas E puro male sopra latte a mengivas Sarah chef, mangecher, blacatar de caf, avril, palis pulper, jomovuda, eromni vicino la vuta, jomange baixo, castoro, deixa e tava, megela tatoro, tu baixa vea, chucares, a mangue queira.
Hello, we're going to start with the second table of today. We want to speak about the policies in relation to the Roma LGBT minority. This is the table more political. A little moment. In this moment, better. Okay, we have 4 persons that is invited to this table. I hope my English is understandable. The first person that we have in this table is Elena Dali. Elena Dali became the first commissioner for equality in December of 2019. In her role, Dali is responsible for the strengthening Europe's commitment to inclusion and equality in all of its senses, irrespective of sex, racial or ethnic origin, religion, or belief, disability, age, or sexual orientation, as well as tackling discrimination on multiple grounds. Thank you very much, Elena Dali, for to be here.
Dear friends, I thank the RR team for this invitation. The European Commission's Union of Equality work provides particular attention to intersectional minority identities and the multiple discrimination that persons belonging to such groups often experience. Of course, this is also true for Roma LGBTIQ persons. Indeed, the Commission has firmly anchored these issues in the reformed EU Roma strategic framework and the first EU LGBTIQ equality strategy. Since the beginning of my mandate, I have made sure that the Commission implements its equality strategies using intersectionality as a cross-cutting principle. For instance, the EU Roma strategic framework encourages an intersectional approach in view of the fact that, on occasions, discrimination on the grounds of ethnic origin is compounded with discrimination on other aspects of identity. It explicitly calls on the Member States to focus more on diversity among Roma by ensuring that national strategic frameworks meet the specific needs of different groups, including the Roma LGBTIQ community. I continue to work closely with Member States to foster acknowledgement that discrimination is often compounded and is an aspect that needs to be addressed in the national strategies. And it must be addressed properly. But, as you are likely to discuss today, we need to invest more in research and targeted awareness raising about the impact of multiple discrimination on individuals. I am therefore very interested to hear your recommendations on how we can best reflect the challenges in concrete policies and laws. Close-up cooperation and open dialogue with civil society organizations is an essential part of our work. And I always make sure that civil society organizations participate to the design, implementation and monitoring of our equality policies. The Commission will also continue to provide funding to support civil society organizations under the 2021-2027 Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values Programme. Supporting projects like yours is crucial because they contribute greatly to reaching our larger political goal of a union of equality where we can ensure safety, integrity and equal opportunities for all EU citizens.
Thank you very much to Elena Dali for this intervention. We have two. Dan Pavel Dogi. Dan Pavel Dogi is team leader Non-Discrimination and Roma Coordination and the unit DG Justice and Consumers in the European Commission, and is former chief of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, ODIHR, and contact point for Roma and Sinti issues. Thank you very much for to be here, for sharing with all the participants, all the people that is watching this conference. Thank you very much, I'm Pavel Dogi.
And I also thank you for the kind invitation. I'm glad to be here with you, at least virtually, but I'm happy that a number of participants could make it in person. It's time to slowly go into this mode, hopefully, and come back to normal as we used to know it. In a follow-up to the brief introduction of Commissioner Dalli, I will also reiterate some of the aspects that are of direct relevance to today's conference and also for the project that is supported by the European Commission. So firstly, it's important to speak of the new framework. So we have a new framework adopted by the Commission on the 7th of October, which is strengthened, it's reinforced. It's called EU Roma Strategic Framework for Equality, Inclusion and Participation. And it's for this decade, 30. And what's new as a novelty is that it has a stronger focus and places a special emphasis on fighting against discrimination and anti-Gypsyism. And also it takes into account the diversity among the Roma, which was not the case in the previous framework of the past decade. The framework aims to ensure that the national strategies they are specific to the needs and they are tailored to the specificities of different groups, such as Roma women, youth, children, EU mobile citizens, stateless people, also LGBTI, and older Roma, as well as those living with disabilities. It encourages an intersectional approach, starting from the fact that differences exist and identity can combine to exacerbate discrimination. This task or responsibility is first and foremost of the member states of the European Union, who are the real drive for the change that is expected to happen for Roma. However, the European Union is and will continue to help shaping an effective approach and also support, build capacity, and equip member states with the proper tools. The new framework recognizes that not all Roma are socially excluded, which is again a novelty. A previous framework focused primarily on the socio-economic inclusion, starting from the premise that all Roma are poor and all Roma are excluded, which is not the case for all Roma, obviously. So it starts with a differentiation, acknowledging that not all Roma are socially excluded. However, most Roma can experience discrimination and disempowerment, regardless of their socioeconomic status. This framework takes an intersectional approach, which is sensitive to the combination of ethnicity with other grounds and aspects of identity. And it places a focus on the intersection of these grounds and how they contribute to generate unique experiences of discrimination. The Commission provides guidance and support to member states with regard to how best to utilize the EU funding instruments. And one such, in particular, for the DG Justice and Consumers, is the Citizens, Equality, Rights and Values program, which supports inclusion, equality, but also the fight against racism, xenophobia, and discrimination. On the next slide, you will see the priorities funded, and very importantly, some very specific to LGBTIQ. Yeah, so first and the biggest component of the program is on fighting intolerance, racism, xenophobia, discrimination, and very importantly, hate speech and hate crimes. This is a very important dimension, and LGBTI people, including Roma, they are targeted by hate speech and hate crimes. So this is a good platform to address such phenomena. Another priority is to promote diversity management at the workplace and both in public and private sector. A third priority is to fight discrimination, specifically against LGBTIQ people, and to promote the LGBTIQ equally through the implementation of the European Commission LGBTIQ equality strategy. So it's very important that such a strategy exists. It was adopted in 2020 and it's for 5 years. It's a very solid platform for many of these problems to be addressed, both by member states and by the European Commission. Then another component is to prevent and to support reporting and countering of hate speech online in particular. Another call is restricted to public authorities, which means that only public authorities can apply for this component, and it's focusing on improving their responses to intersectional discrimination. Again, a very important opportunity that LGBTIQ people and Roma among them, they can enter into partnership with the state authorities and develop such proposals that can be funded through this dedicated component. Here I've collected specific references and mentions that exist throughout this important Roma-related frameworks, which is the new EU Roma strategic framework, but also the Council recommendation on Roma equality, inclusion and participation, which was unanimously adopted by all member states on 12th of March 2021. So these are references that speak either of diversity, of intersectionality, or sexual orientation, or specifically about LGBTI. And I think they are very important for everybody to know, because these serve as the platform to engage with authorities and work out initiatives and proposals along these mentions and stipulations of these two important frameworks. European Commission provides guidance for national actions following a common but differentiated approach. In doing so, the Commission proposes that all national Roma strategic frameworks have a set of common features. And the list is longer in the original document, but I've excerpted from there what I believe it's directly relevant for this project, for this initiative, and for today's discussion. And such common feature says that These frameworks should reflect the diversity of Roma. Member states should ensure that their frameworks cover all Roma on their territory and it properly reflects the needs of the diverse groups that live on their territory. And by doing so, it should be done through an intersectional approach. So more and more, these frameworks are raising awareness of the importance of developing policies that are sensitive and fully aware of the importance of intersectional approach. Lucy, in the morning, in her presentation, she spoke about the lack of awareness of authorities of this intersectional approach. It takes time, obviously, and a lot of effort and advocacy, and sometimes this effort can come from the civil society, who can become very familiar with these terminologies and frameworks and definitions, and can work together with authorities to help them and raise their awareness of the importance of developing such an intersectional approach. States should also set quantitative and/or qualitative targets to ensure that diversity in all its aspects, including, as you see listed here, on the aspect of sexual orientation, is properly reflected in specific policies sometimes, but also through mainstream policies. And speaking of mainstreaming Roma equality in EU policy initiatives and about mobilization of EU funds for Roma, the text says that inclusion and participation is relevant in all Commission initiatives, and mainstreaming Roma equality is key to achieving the objectives set out in the new EU Roma strategic framework. As part of its activities in more general terms, and specifically for promoting equality for all, the Commission's internal task force on equality will strive to ensure that the fight against discrimination on all grounds, and including from an intersectional point of view, is integrated in all EU policies, legislation, and funding programs. So for all advocates and workers in this area, it's very important to look for those frameworks and specific references for mainstreaming the intersection approach, so that all these initiatives and proposals are directly connected to these frameworks. With regard to the 2021 Council recommendation on Roma equality, inclusion, and participation, the introductory part of it points to the fact that it is also related to another important framework of the European Union, which is the European Pillar of Social Rights. And that also covers all grounds, including sexual orientation. So those Roma advocates or professionals that are working on these matters should look also on specifically on Roma-related frameworks, the new EU framework and the Council recommendation, but also beyond that, because there are more general frameworks that also include the aspects of intersectionality and also sexual orientation. Universal measures should be complemented by targeted measures that are tailored specifically to protect the groups that are at risk, either or discrimination or social exclusion. These are set out both in the Roma-related Council recommendation, but also more largely in connection to the implementation of the social pillar principles. The new EU Roma strategic framework has 7 key objectives. 4 are the so-called traditional, the sectoral ones, which were also part of the previous framework. And it covers the area of education, employment, health, and housing. But this new framework, and because of the analysis of the implementation of, and the outcomes of the previous framework, identified a specific need to tackle more directly what is considered to be among the root causes of exclusion of Roma, which is racism, which is discrimination, and the specific forms of racism known as anti-Gypsyism. So, therefore, from these 7 objectives, 3 of them are horizontal. And they cover the aspects of equality, inclusion, and participation. And I invite you all to check them because they speak in more details about the fight against anti-Gypsyism and discrimination and so on. And as part of these horizontal objectives, all efforts of member states and as well of the European Commission should include measures such as the following. Measures to fight multiple and structural discrimination against Roma. And it lists also specific categories and groups. As you can see here, Roma women, Roma youth, children, but also LGBTI Roma, elderly people and people living with disabilities, and those that are stateless. Next, you will see other provisions of the recommendation that mention specifically aspects that are directly relevant for this project and for this initiative. And it emphasizes on the importance of, when targeting the Roma population, the importance of acknowledging that specific needs are to be answered, identified, but also answered. And many of these specific needs relate to vulnerabilities of certain groups. And again, there is the listing of this diverse Roma, in many of them in a situation of risk. And again, LGBTI Roma are specifically mentioned, which gives, again, a good ground for any intervention and any policy in this area. Another part of the recommendation insists on the need for paying special attention to intersectionality and the gender dimension. So again, repeatedly, there are references to intersectionality, to groups at risk and vulnerable groups, and also frequently specifically to LGBTI Roma. From this respect, although this is a new framework, I think it lays out a very solid platform for everyone who's interested to work in this area. And I encourage you to always try your best to articulate the policies in direct relationship to this Roma-related frameworks of the European Commission and the Council recommendation adopted by all member states. Specifically with regard to health and access to quality healthcare, it says the member states should ensure effective equal access without barriers, again, to groups that are most at risk. And many Roma LGBTI people, they are a group at risk because of the heavily associated social stigma and the difficulty of engaging with services, or because of the prejudice of the services towards them. Very often they are left out of essential services for their well-being and for health. Therefore, there are specific provisions that insist that the states should look carefully also to ensure that such groups are not omitted, they are not left outside. Specifically, such measures to promote and facilitate equal access should look at the vulnerable Roma populations, and it lists again many of those, and with a specific reference again to the LGBTI Roma, which is a good ground. At the end, it also encourages member states to promote a cross-sectoral work and to engage in broader alliances for inclusion and equality, both with relevant state institutions, but also in direct relationship with civil society. Here, in case there is not sufficient proactiveness from them, I think it always helps that civil society is proactive in, extending an invitation and showing interest to cooperate, to be in permanent dialogue and cooperation for initiatives in this area. There can be a wide range of joint actions that address the issue of intersectionality, combating racism, the specific problems and challenges faced by Roma LGBTI persons, and so on. Now, as I mentioned, there is a EU LGBTIQ equality strategy until 2025, and as part of it, the Commission strongly supports the intersectional approach of this conference and of this project, which is financed by us. Similarly, the Commission is implementing this equality strategy and all the other equality strategies, embedding an intersectionality aspect as a cross-cutting principle. Sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, sex characteristics will be among the considered grounds in the implementation of Commission's LGBTIQ equality strategy. Of course, alongside other personal characteristics and identities such as racial or ethnic origin. So, in short, I wanted to share with you that there are important frameworks that should be utilized efficiently and regularly by everyone who's interested and motivated to work in this area and support the advancement of rights and equality of Roma LGBTIQ people. And with this, I close my intervention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doggy, for your speech. I have some reflections after listening you. It's nice that you have the sensibility in general in the Commission about the question of the intersectionality, but sometimes we observe that it's like a taboo mixture, the question LGBT with Roma all the times. And when we speak about transversality, sometimes it's one form for don't touch directly one subject. And what we feel like LGBT organizations and part of the society is that we don't arrive. We don't arrive to the helps, we don't arrive to the financials, we don't arrive to the lines of the strategies in our different countries. And what you think is the solution for starting to be real presence in the strategies and in the projects and everything? Another problem that we have is for the question of the financiation, because we know that some projects is possible financial in 18%, but sometimes the groups, when we speak about the minority inside of the minority, we speak a very difficult for arrive to do some project and have the other financiation. What do you think about what is the possible solution for to be more present in the policies and projects and everything?
Thank you for your reflection and also for the questions. Firstly, I would like to mention that I'm not working directly on any such activity for the time being. There are colleagues in the other team in our unit on non-discrimination that are working directly on the LGBTIQ equality strategy, and I will definitely pass on this message to them. But personally, from me, I understand that it's hard to pursue and promote an integration or inclusion of the LGBTI related matters into the policies, state policies, be them specifically for this aspect or as a mainstream approach. And this is not different from what we see often with regard to Roma. There is still a high level of rejection. There is still a high level of prejudice towards Roma, towards the LGBTI people. And now imagine that there is an extra layer of rejection towards Roma who are LGBTI people. So you have a complex, a multitude of layers of problems, and this stems from the deep-rooted prejudice that needs to be challenged. But since mentality is something that is changed at the slowest pace, this has to be seen as a marathon, not as a sprint. And I would just give perhaps an analogy or a simple context, which is also similar to Roma-related situation. What we had 15 years ago was very much different. 15 years ago or 10 years ago, we would not dream to have such important frameworks or sometimes dedicated calls for proposals at the European level. And nowadays, they happen. They didn't come from a blue sky. Somebody and many people, and also among them politicians and so on, and activists have fought for, and they advocated tirelessly. I don't have quick solutions, except that it is very important to always look and search for opportunities to engage with the government, with state authorities, find the proper way of communication, so that none of you will feel antagonized and then try to go on on own way, but try to find those bridges that maintain dialogue and communication with the purpose of trying to find how such aspects are included, both in a mainstream approach of policies, but also, where possible, in specific policies, targeted policies. Cooperation is the key word here, and whoever manages to go on that path, works for a number of years, at some point, results will come. It is how it worked in other areas. Perhaps it's more difficult on those subjects that are still deeply affected by prejudice and societal rejection. and stigma. But I don't think there are other ways of approaching this. Cooperation with the state authorities. On the other hand, where you see cases of outright violation of rights, the case of litigation is also an alternative. But those who are doing litigations on these matters, I don't think they should be the same entities or people that are also cooperating with the authorities, because these are very antagonizing and clashing areas. So some people will be the ones that will engage and cooperate, and some people will go on more on the right of rights and even litigation if needed. As for the finances, indeed, because it's not 100%, and most of the civil society organizations, they don't have liquidity or financial capability to come with this own contribution. It really excludes a number of organizations, and for that matter, I believe that for a while, until these organizations can grow enough financial capacity to be autonomous, they have to identify opportunities to make alliances with stronger, more established organizations that have both the capacity financially and also the capacity to absorb funding and implement successfully such projects. That's it from my side for now. Thank you.
We need continues with the next invited is Robert Rustem. It's a pleasure for me for present Robert Rustem, because we know for activists for the work in the Council of Europe, and in this moment you are in ECRI, and we need now what you think about.
Can you hear me?
Yes, in this moment, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So hello, Deme. Hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure to see you. So yes, as you mentioned, I recently joined the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance after many years of work on Roma issues. But it is good because it's in a way a continuation and at the same time learning some new things. So I will just try to briefly present you the work of the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, and in particular, the work that is related to LGBTI issues and Roma as well. So as you may know, the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, or shortly ECRI, is a unique human rights monitoring body, which specializes in questions related to the fight against racism and discrimination. And when we speak about discrimination, it's usually the ground is race, ethnic, nationality, national origin, color, religion, language, sexual orientation, and gender identity, as well as xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and intolerance in Europe in general. ECRI was set up by the first summit of heads of states of governments of the member states of the Council of Europe in 1993. And it became operational in 1994, so we are actually existing more than 25 years. It is comprising of 47 members appointed based on their independency, impartiality, moral authority, and experience with issues of racism, discrimination, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and intolerance. So each Council of Europe member states have a right to appoint one person to serve in ECRI. The work of ECRI is diverse, but I will try to limit myself only to what actually we are known for. The first one is the country monitoring. And actually, in the country monitoring work, ECRI analyzes the situation closely in each of the member states and makes recommendations for dealing with any problems of racism and intolerance that is identified in the country. Usually before we publish a report, we organize country visit in order to obtain comprehensive picture on the situation in the country. And during this visit, the delegation is meeting with authorities, but also it is meeting with NGOs, it's meeting with medias and any other stakeholder that we believe it is important for the work of ECRI, and also anyone that has information to provide to ECRI regarding certain issues. So far, we have completed 5 cycles of monitoring. Usually each cycle is about, it takes 5 years because it's 47 member states. So we have started our 6th cycle in 2019. And the themes that the 6th cycle is focusing on is effective equality and access to rights, hate speech and hate-motivated violence, integration and inclusion. And of course that the reports are sometimes dealing with some specific topics that are of importance for the country that we are actually visiting. ECRI has been addressing intolerance and discrimination against LGBTI persons in the context of its country monitoring work since 2013, when it's initiated its first, its 5th country monitoring cycle. And on 2021, it published fact recommendations on how to end policies and practices that may lead to intolerance and discrimination against LGBTI people. So basically the fact sheets, they're just summarizing all the recommendations that were so far provided by ECRI during the country monitoring visits. So coming back to the country monitoring visit, so after we publish the report, there are always recommendations for each section of the issue that was examined. And at the end of the report, there are always 2 follow-up recommendations. So these 2 follow-up recommendations are the one that ECRI believes are the most essential and urgent to be dealt with. So what happens is that after 2 years of the publication of the report, ECRI goes back to the authorities, to the NGOs, and equality bodies and all other stakeholders that were consulted during the preparation of the report, and actually asks them to provide us with information on the implementation. So basically we can actually see where do we stand at the moment. So I would like to share with you for this meeting that I believe are important, 2 recommendations that were published in the previous cycle, and that are about to be evaluated on the progress soon. I will not mention the countries, of course, it's understandable, but I think that the issues are quite interesting. So the first one is ECRI recommends that the authorities provide further training for police, prosecutors, and judges on how to deal with racist and transphobic acts of violence. They should include improved procedures for recognizing biased motivations. Furthermore, it also recommends that to address the problem of underreporting, the authorities enhance cooperation between the police and vulnerable groups, in particular the Roma and the LGBTI communities. And this goes also very well with what was mentioned previously, that there are not sufficient data on the discrimination towards LGBTI community, towards Roma and LGBTI, and so on and so forth. So there is this need of actually promoting the possibilities of raising complaints and then follow up on the complaints. The other recommendation that also I believe that it's particularly of interest for this meeting is that ECRI recommends, as a matter of priority and in conformity with the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, that the act on legal recognition of the gender of transsexuals should be amended to remove the requirement that persons seeking recognition in a gender other than that is what they have originally registered with should be infertile or should undergo sterilization as a precondition for legal recognition. Because in some countries, we have this kind of practices that in order for the transsexual to be to change the legal gender, it needs to go to a certain procedure. So what is important for this during this monitoring visit is that we really invite NGOs to be part of the consultation process because this is very important, and actually it helps us to address some of the issues that are not necessarily always addressed by the government. So that is about the monitoring. The second aspect of our work is the so-called annual seminars. And the annual seminars are usually a forum to exchange good practices among ECRI, equality bodies, and central stakeholders in the fields that are of importance for ECRI. In our work, equality bodies are our partners. And we believe that it is very important that actually they're involved more and more in the work, and they're also given a possibility among them to share experiences. So the last seminar, which that we have organized last year in October, was the thematic. The topic of the seminar was Roma LGBT was LGBTI issues. So the idea was actually to have cases presented by NGOs, but also by equality bodies that are directly dealing with discrimination of LGBTI persons, so that other equality bodies that are not at the moment taking into account the LGBTI issues are actually becoming familiar and slowly and steadily starts to actually work on this issue. The reason also why we are organizing these annual seminars is because we are expecting after the annual seminar also to work on policy recommendation, and I will come back a bit later on the policy recommendation. The other aspect of our work is organizing roundtables, and these are usually organized 2 years after a report has been issued for a certain country. And in a way, it is a kind of taking stock of what have been implemented or what has been implemented in the last 2 years. And of course, NGOs are the ones that are very, very important for our work. And the last but not least is the work on general themes, and that is actually the work on the general policy recommendations. And usually these policy recommendations are addressed to the governments of all member states, and they provide recommendations and guidelines to policymakers. And of course, governments and policymakers are invited to use when they're drafting national strategies and policies. So far, ECRI has issued 16 policy recommendations. They're all very important and relevant for anyone's work. However, I will mention that there is one very specific on combating racism and intolerance against Roma. So it is a policy recommendation dealing with anti-Gypsyism. And we are about to publish in a few days. Actually, the plan was to be published next week, but due to the current situation, political situation between Russia and Ukraine, we have actually postponed that. But that will be a revised recommendation on anti-Muslim hatred. We are expecting by the end of this year to actually have also the first draft on the brand new general recommendation, and that will be on LGBTI issues. So we have already created the working group on the recommendation, and they will have actually a couple of months to work, to consult, and to come up with the first draft of this policy recommendation by the end of this year, and hopefully at the beginning of next year we will be able to present this recommendation. In meantime, I'm sure that actually we are going to seek support and consult, and we are going to consult with NGOs and other relevant stakeholders that are important for our policy recommendation. So basically, that's in a nutshell our work, and I will be more than happy to answer, if I can, any question or comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert, for your speech. But I have another reflections about what you say. Thank you very much. But sometimes when we speak about the anti-Roma racism, we speak all the times about what is the relation with the majority of society, or what is the relation with the institutions. But sometimes the refuse is not directly from this, but for example, when we speak about feminism, we have one part of the feminists that don't accept that exists the other feminism, but that is not white in one part. In other part, refuse the trans people for to be part of the feminism. This is one of the things. In the part of LGBT, we have the groups LGBT Roma, but it's not accepting for mainstream LGBT organizations. What is your reaction about this? What is the role of ECRI in this position, in this situation that is very difficult? Huh?
Well, the thing is that so far, from the reports I had a chance to read, we have not necessarily addressed issues that are pertinent or important within a community. Apart from the fact that sometimes we have addressed the early marriages, and we have also addressed some kinds of, also some, how to say, misunderstandings or difficulties between different Roma groups. But this is very rare, and usually it is not addressed there because either we were not informed about this, or because we did not think necessarily that it's ECRI's job to intervene within to a problem that is so-called related to the inner community. But I believe that there are other Council of Europe practices and activities where these issues are touched upon. And I will mention here that the Council of Europe has also a strategy on Roma and Travelers community, where intersectionality and LGBTI issues are also mentioned. To which extent they are actually explored or taken into account, that I wouldn't know to answer. However, I think that perhaps this would be a way to approach the issue. Regarding the work on Roma, I have to mention that during the LGBTI seminar, so the annual seminar of ECRI, I insisted that we have also a Roma LGBTI association, and of course David Tischer was very good in presenting the issues that are related outside of the community, but also within the community. And I think that those things were taken into consideration, and I believe that they will be reflected in the general policy recommendation against LGBTI people.
Thank you very much for your answer, Robert. I have the luck for have here the Senator Adela Shipova, and it's nice that you are real here and I can touch. And I invited you here for speak a little bit what is the situation of LGBT Roma here in Czech Republic. I know that you're coming from the NGOs and a very active social. And I think this is some sensibility about this question. And I won't listen to what you have to say about the LGBT Roma here in Czech Republic.
So thank you for invitation to this very nice discussion. I'm very pleased for that, because for me it is very important to listen to your problems, or to problems which I'm not so touched, because I'm from the majority. I am a senator of Parliament of Czech Republic, and come from Kladno, which is a town not far away from Prague. And in Kladno, there's quite a big Roma community. So all my life, I was very interested in your community of Romas. But I have what I say every time. I regret that I do not have much information, because we have quite problems in schools. We don't learn much about Roma community. I have quite a lot of children, and my children do not go to schools with Roma communities. So I think we have a big problem with racism in Czech Republic, which is maybe common for more countries. I am from my civil profession. I was not a politician every time. I'm just 1.5 years senator. I've been an attorney at law before that, so I know quite a lot of problems that the Roma community and LGBT community is facing these problems. So I have a presentation about the situation in Czech Republic. I'm very proud for our Czech constitutional law, because it's very good. The legislative is very good, but the practice is different. But as I can say that we have equal treatment and protection against discrimination is guaranteed in our constitutional law. We have a Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, where in Article 1, I can read it if you don't mind. All people are free and equal in their dignity and in their rights. Their fundamental rights and freedoms are inherent, inalienable, unlimitable, and irrepealable. This is Article 1. Then I love constitutional law, because for me it's one of the it's the most important part of our life. I think these fundamental rights. Then fundamental human rights and freedoms are guaranteed to everybody, irrespective of sex, race, color of skin, language, faith, religion, political or other conviction, ethnic or social origin, membership in a national or ethnic minority, property, birth, or other status. This is everything what's written in our constitution, but the practice is a little bit different. Then we have also an Anti-Discrimination Act, which guarantees equal treatments and prohibits discrimination in areas like work, employment, access to school, access to healthcare. And this law is also very good, but it's not used. It's not used very often. This law provides victims the opportunity to go to court with anti-discrimination action. But when I tried to make some research, there are not many actions which are put to the court. I regret it very much, because I'm a attorney at law, and I must say I have never done any anti-discrimination action in my life. Not yet, no, because the minorities maybe sometimes not so self-confident. So we have quite a lot of tools, but these are not used in the practice. For example, Also, the victims can go to Czech school inspectorate, to Czech trade inspection authority, labor inspection offices. We have also the public defender of rights, which this office is for me a big authority, one of the biggest in this area of human rights. And this public defender of rights makes a lot of researches in these areas, and these are quite important, as I realized that, for example, LGBT community sees, and also Roma community sees the big social stigma and disadvantage in real life. For example, according to one research, 1/3 of LGBT community people felt discriminated in Czech Republic, which is about 3 times higher than in the general population. They felt discriminated mainly at school and at work. I think sometimes also by the healthcare. Most LGBT people often face various prejudices in their lives and stereotypes of the majority society. For example, there is a very often opinion that gays and lesbians should not show their sexual orientation in public, but they can do it only in their private life. It's 2/3 of respondents, and then I understand that the LGBT community sees the social stigma, and it's a big problem for them. So the fear and skepticism here is quite big. One of the biggest political issues in Czech Republic last years was the problem with not the problem, but we call that a law of love, which is focusing on legalizing the same-sex marriages. We don't have same-sex marriages in Czech Republic. We have something else, which is called registered partnership. This is here in Czech Republic since the year 2006, and but I have to explain the differences, because the LGBT community sees that their family life is not in the same. Yeah, the next slide. No. Doesn't matter. This is the main topic for LGBT community, the family life, and the relationship with children. As we see, the registered partnership is not the same like marriages. I will explain the differences, which is on the table upstairs. Up to 95% of LGBT respondents do not consider the registered partnership as the equal like to marriage. Their option is that the registered partnership is a second-class type of couples. So there was a great demand for the enactment of marriage for all, but it was not. The parliament did not accept it. Marriage for all has been, but there is a big argument for enactment of marriage for all, because 67% of Czech people support it. So I don't understand. I'm of course one of them. Why the politicians, and I'm one of the politics, do not support the marriage for all. If you look at the table, you can see the differences between marriage and registered partnership in Czech Republic. Marriage is the conservative type of couple, and if you look at the left side, you see that if you get married if you are a man and you get married with a woman, then you automatically have a right of residence with your husband or wife. So you can go to his flat and you can live there. But in the case of registered partnership, that is nothing like that. If you want to live with your partner in his rented flat, you have to have a permission of the landlord, even if you are registered as a partner. Then the second, there are a lot of disadvantages of the registered partnership according to marriage, like in behaving with your property. You don't have the community property with your partnership. You can have only the sole ownership or co-ownership as you can have it with your brother or sister. That's nearly the same. Then if your partner, unfortunately, after his death, you don't have, you cannot have his pension like if you would be married with a woman. The inheritance share is larger in marriage than in a registered partnership. Of course, the marriage ceremony is different. Marriages are much more festive ceremony with witnesses. But if you want to register, it's only an administrative thing, and you can choose only 14 offices. You cannot do it everywhere. And the most important part of what LGBT community is solving in this connection is the possibility to adopt a child. In marriage, you can adopt a child with your husband or wife, but for registered partnership, it's not possible. So LGBT community does not have a possibility to adopt and know any child. So this is a big issue for our people, for LGBT people, and also for Czech majority, because they support them in this type of family life. And I must regret that I don't see much politicians that would support it like it was before.
Okay.
So this is my point of view about this problem in Czech Republic. I like to listen to people from European Commission talking about what is possible and about the cooperation, about preparing of the strategies, which is very useful, and it's very important because without these strategies we cannot go forward. So I just thank you again for invitation, because for me it's very important to listen how it is also in other countries.
What we see about after your intervention is that the civil society is more progressist than the politicians that this society choose.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because it is like that. We have new government now. This year, I'm not the part of the government. I'm a senator. I'm a part of a parliament, not of the government. And this government is quite conservative. So we will see how it will look like. I will ask. I can promise that I will ask them if they would like to do something with these strategies, if they follow it, if they collect data and analyze it, because I think it's a big problem and we can go forward. If we want.
We see that it's a little bit difficult to be LGBT here in Czech Republic. But when we speak about the Roma LGBT community, we speak with a little bit more problems in more. And what do you think is the way for starting to have something more concrete for the Roma LGBT? What kind of a strategy, or what do you think about?
I think we have to talk about it firstly in schools, because it's a big problem. I see it in my children nearly know nothing about it. So I have to talk with them if they know something about it. We have to support NGOs. We have to support individuals. We have to help them to be seen. I tried to do it as I tried to do the best. And I think we have to cooperate. More we cooperate, it's good. Then it is better and better.
Thank you very much. In general, we have very good feelings and very good ideas and intentions for this. Okay, but I don't know if we have some question for the speakers. If we don't have, that is the case. I know that this table is the most hard because it's political and something very hard to this. But if you want to say something for finish this table, I invite you for say some sentences for this. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank you once more for invitation, and I would like to cooperate also with my colleagues from European Commission in implementing these strategies as you talked about them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adela, because we know that you make a very big effort for to be here with the crisis in Ukraine and everything. Thank you very much for to be present here.
Thank you.
But I want that the other speakers, if want, say some sentence for finish the table. Thank you.
Yeah, I may. And yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing all this contextual information from your country. Of course, there are some similarities with situations in other countries, but there are also some specific things that are for Czech Republic. At the end, you asked, I mean, how work can be done with the Commission and in general with other politicians and institutions to address this matter. And I can share with you what, as a matter of principle, what kind of approach was done with regard to developing Roma-related policies in general. And it's not that it was invented with the Roma. With Roma, it was also emulating other processes that were similar and were seen or perceived to work for the purpose. And that was to establish national platforms, or they are called Roma platforms. And it's a space, it's a platform where representatives of responsible authorities, state authorities, and line ministries are coming together in an open dialogue with representatives from civil society. They get to know each other, they meet regularly, they have a sort of rules and regulation, they have a statute that they agree about how they function, how often they meet, and what the focus should be in general, but also from one meeting to another. In between these meetings, there is also work and activities. and when it's about developing a policy or a strategy, then at every step from the very inception to the end, the expectation is that representatives of civil society, including scholars and academia that are knowledgeable and interested in the topic, are contributing in the process with specific inputs, texts, recommendations, suggestions, observations, comments, and so on. And as long as this process is a genuine one and a healthy one, where everybody has a voice and the arguments prevail, then usually the outcomes are positive and are solid, and they are reflected in the sound policies or strategies that those that are concerned or impacted by them, they feel that it belongs to them to some extent because they've been part of the process. They can see the issues and the suggestions and the recommendations they made included into that document, and that's essential. It's a prerequisite for everything else to come after and to be built upon if you have a good framework. That's why it's very important from the very beginning to make sure that the concerned and the relevant actors are part of the process, not only at some end stages, but from the very beginning. And that's only to develop and articulate a document that it's representative for those who the document is supposed to help or to address the problems of those people. The implementation is then another story, but it's equally important because civil society should not be part only at the theoretic exercise, but also to the implementation, very practical implementation. And not only implementation, but at regular stages in the process to monitor. And conduct a thorough and conduct a objective monitoring that takes into account both the positive aspects, but also highlights very clearly the negative aspects, the obstacles, the omissions, the things that are not done, risks and challenges, and also some good practices. And the good practices, very often, they don't come necessarily from the same country. They come from other countries that have been involved in these processes earlier, and they tried and they failed, and then they learn the lesson and they fine-tune and they do the necessary adaptations and come up with a model or a practice that seems to work. Now, that particular model, to some extent, and depending on the specificities and the national context, can be adopted, can be then adapted to the national context and made applicable for another country. Yeah, and there are also this kind of know-how and know-how transfer experiences and study visits where one country that is interested to engage on that path of developing a strategy is interested to learn from the experience of others, and then the host country that is more experienced or more advanced or is implementing that particular policy for a longer time and is willing to share that experience with goods and bads with another country, so they don't have to repeat the same mistakes. Yeah, and I think that's a good approach that could work as a matter of principle in many areas, including in relation to any policies concerning or impacting LGBTI people, including Roma belonging to this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doggy, to be here, for your sensibility for the question and for the recommendations. Robert is here. No. Okay, but thank you very much to all to be here. Thanks for all the recommendations, all the information that you give to all the participants, all the people that is in the house watching the conference. And I know that we're going to do something together for the good way of the LGBT Roma. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Bye.
Steren romale shunen pesquero yilo soptu menge vakere Vare kana polo kores likeren no pepeste romale na chiven amari hitzale luma amenda sletevle hatuma nigda shohana liam then nigda shohana chujam Epuvro male sopra latte avengivas Na povisteren romale shunen pesquero yilo sotu menge vaquerel Vare cana polo cores likeren me pepeste romale na chiven Amari hitzale luma amendas letevle hatuma Nigda shohana liam, nigda shohana chujam Epuvro male sopra latte